Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to episode 257 of the Sultans of Shadilay podcast. I am, as always, your host, Bezic, and today I'm joined by Trim in spirit, and I believe he's currently in spirits, so he's getting pickled. If he's
The
not,
ghost of Trim.
if he's not getting pickled, I'm going to be very fucking disappointed. I am joined in body and possibly mind by the two Americans. We have Mr. Bleach Demon.
I don't mind.
Mind over matter. Bleach doesn't mind, and Trim doesn't matter. That's not nice. Poor Trim. Oh, it's okay. I'd say it was feisty. We're also joined by our regular hero, Fat Dave, better known as Total Blackout Painting.
Hello. Morning and afternoon.
Who do we have in chat today? We have a Marku, an LGM, a Callum, and a Silver. Hello, folks. How are we doing on the numbers? Not quite everyone's here yet, is it? That's all right.
Are we on
shit,
level
Monkey's
2
here.
right now?
We should be.
No,
Yeah.
Monkey's 2 minutes behind, so he's not on time.
That's pretty good for Monkey. Showing up at all is pretty good for Monkey.
Yes.
And let me just grab the link to that in case it's been difficult. The post only went up a couple of minutes ago because Rumble's difficult.
Isn't it always?
Right.
Yeah, I'm just trying to load it from the page and it's not showing up.
Yeah. Probably just taking a second to sort its shit out.
Yeah.
And Monkey says it's on Africa time. You're like an hour early for Africa time, Monkey. A week early for
Although
Africa
he could be on a little boat.
That's normally Trim's job. Oh dear. So, coming up on the show today, we're going to talk about the potato farmers. Dave's going to talk about Big Brother. And then we're going to talk about one of the things that Trim got up to on his trip. Because he actually did as instructed, like a good boy, and sent us a lot of photos. So we're going to proceed to nerd out about those photos. Trim went to a war museum. I almost just replaced the whole show with Trim's blurry adventures to the war museum.
Well,
man, the pictures he's been... Oh, go ahead.
No. At least he doesn't have the problem my mother does, where it's like at a 15-degree angle.
That's true. He does actually get the camera horizontal, mostly. Did you know that museums have an annoying amount of glass in them?
Yes.
Did you know that half of Trim's videos are unusable because glass is very reflective, and the other half were unusable because there were too many other assholes in the museum, and I don't have time to blur that many faces.
So man, the pictures he's sending in make that city look so awesome. It just makes me want to go visit there.
Oh, right. It's a lovely city. And Trim's been posting just a bunch of photos of the things he's been doing. He's been eating good, drinking good, hanging out.
Has apparently had a lovely set of nails.
Well, I'm more curious about what the nails are attached to and what Trim's up to.
It's Trim. That's the problem.
One hand for giving Bleach the finger and one hand for partying.
That's right.
Oh dear. So I did think about getting up all the photos he sent me because he was a good boy and gave me 2 Google Drive folders But there's
Damn.
enough pictures from the War Museum, and I've met me and Bleach before. The rest of the city's probably going to be surplus to requirements today. We might get Trim to talk about his adventures when he's no longer in the city.
That might be a good thing. And he's got a pre-built segment.
Yes.
Real.
Fine.
We'll see if he can remember anything he got up to. Yeah. Speaking of adventures, sometime in August, I'm heading down to frigging Melbourne. Yeah. It's like saying I'm heading down to Los Angeles.
Ugh.
But I'm going to have a couple of hours of time in between the running around of I'm actually down there for. I'm going to check out the Botanic Gardens, which is full of war memorials. So that will hopefully turn into content. Though maybe not the same day it happens, because I've got a meeting on the Saturday, and then I fly back the Saturday night. Arriving just in time to fall out of the airport. Not even it's a 1-day trip, so I'm not even taking a checked bag. So fall out of the plane, roll down the stairs, roll into the car, floor it down the fucking highway, and maybe make it here in time for the show. Assuming that the plane doesn't crash and kill me, which I'm not that lucky. So, moving on from that, let's talk about some chilling, and then we'll get that over with, because we want to look at some photos. So, if you would like to support the show, in particular my ongoing efforts to afford life, you can jump down to the subscribe star, and starting as low as $5 a month, you can support us at the Amir tier, which gets your name in the credits, and gets you access to super secret rooms on the Discord. And if you would like to fork out a bit more and get to the really cool perks, starting at $15 at the Vizier tier, you can submit longer form written comments that we'll read live on the show. And you get to come to the monthly gaming hangouts, which is, that's your value for money right there. $15 for 4 hours of that many laughs. I think that's
always a blast, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, lots and lots of jokes. Then we play a few games, laugh maniacally. Absolutely hilarious. I highly recommend. And not just because I get money from it. It's a great time. We don't have a date for that. I'm going to ping Trim after the show and see which day works best for him. If I don't get an answer, I'll ask Dave which day works best for him. Bloody Trim. And the really fancy tier at the $30 a month, you get the Grand Vizier tier, where you get to submit some video comments that we view live on the show. Often we've got one from Callum. Unfortunately, we don't this week. He's been a touch too busy. I don't think we have one this week. Hold on, let me double check, because I don't want to rip him off. I don't think I saw one.
I saw him post that he wasn't going to have one this week. So
yeah, I thought I saw that too, but it helps to double check. He is paying me.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, unfortunately, no video from Callum this week. He's been too busy. I think he said something about Ireland and black and tan. I don't know. It must be some weird Euro thing.
Oh, he's just singing a nice little ditty on the
right. It's funny how come out you black and tans has a totally different fucking meaning now.
Oh, doesn't it?
I'm not talking about uniforms anymore.
Are you guys forgetting my little adventure on Rumble with radio diversity and the song that's there?
Yes.
Oh shit.
We should pull that up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put the link in chat here, please.
Yeah, well, while you hunt for that,
go find it.
I will. Hey, Bobcat's in.
Morning, Bobcat.
So, since we don't have video, we'll just continue. Mr. Dave, tell us about your autistic adventures in art.
So last week, we talked about Alphonse Mucha, which I thought was a really great story. He did some really fucking amazing, epic art for here. I'm gonna find one of the pictures. I'm gonna throw it in the chat here so you can post it of the museum that just shows the scale of some of the art this guy did.
And he didn't wear a muumuu, so I was entertained.
Right.
Holy shit.
Right.
I'm going to just get that up on the big screen because you'll need it.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
So this is from the Romanian National Museum in Prague. And it is called, it's a 20-part series he did called The Slav Epic, detailing the history of the Slavic people. And he himself was from Czechoslovakia and before World War II.
Yeah, I was going to say Romanian Museum in Prague.
The Czech, yes, the Czech Romania.
Oh, Czech the museum in Prague. Sorry, sorry, I didn't mean Romania, but the museum in Prague.
Yeah, shit, that looks worth going to.
Right. So that painting there is the first one. It's called "The Slavs in Their Homeland." Let me find my blurb on it, and I'll read the full name of it. The Slavs in their original homeland between the Turanian whip and the sword of the Goths between the 3rd and 6th centuries AD. And it talks about how the Slavic people used to be kind of a bunch of disparate tribes, from the 3rd century around that time. And how they had to fight for their freedom. That picture there shows a village burning in the background with a couple of people cowering in front with a pagan priest who's flanked by 2 young people who represent war and peace. And it's an amazing piece. And it was by a guy who did, of course, we were talking about Art Nouveau, and the guy did a bunch of ads and all this stuff, and he really made some iconic ads, and some of which still influence the advertising world today. But he really resented being known as just the ad guy, the Art Nouveau guy, because he was such a talented and amazing painter.
Paint a building.
Right. Well, he painted shit tons of buildings too. That's the other thing, is he decorated the interior of a bunch of buildings. He designed fucking banknotes back then. He was a super talented dude. And of course everybody remembers him for Art Nouveau now, but I think that these paintings are his true legacy. Just of these humongous, amazing images of Slavic history, and a real love letter to the Slavic people, because he had fierce national pride. Which we'll learn about fierce national pride today as well.
Yes, we will. So this guy does sound very interesting, Dave. Where could we go to learn more about him?
So that episode is up on my channel and on Bleach's channel. That one's available. The one we have coming up this week is Tamara de la Pinka, who was a Polish artist that she has an interesting life because she was born in Warsaw. She moved to Moscow. Her husband, yeah. And she moved to Moscow in the early 20th century. Her husband worked for the Tsar, and he was supposed to do something, and then of course that kicked off. Her husband got jailed, and she fled to Paris, and her husband eventually joined her in Paris, right? Yeah, exactly. And then
just have them know.
And then she had to flee
Warsaw,
Paris,
Moscow, Paris.
Right,
This fucking woman
So yeah, the poor lady had to, but she was a very interesting and kind of glamorous person who did she had a very distinct style that was at the time it really was I it was really unique at its in the time, and it's still pretty unique today. It's not it takes mild influence from the modernist like cubism kind of stuff, but
It's still
she really
art.
is a it's still art, and it's still keeps a regular form, instead of being everything so broken down. There are some definite cubist influences in her art, but it's not the deconstructed nonsense that a lot of Picasso's later works became,
Mm.
and not
The
pretentious.
yeah, not pretentious.
So
I think is a good one
yeah,
from the three there in the thumbnail. Is she what the
it's
second female artist that you've had, or
I she may yeah she'll only be the second one we've covered so far. That's true, because the first one was Artemisia Gentileschi in the first
Yep.
season, the Baroque artist. Um, but she really well, there's two reasons for that, and the first one is she she really had a style that defined a lot of that defined the Art Deco painting style. And the second reason is the guy Erta, who I would like to cover, who was actually one of the most iconic Art Deco artists, is Russian, and a lot of his works are banned from display in the United States due to copyright issues.
Huh.
Um, so, so it's hard for me to get as much information on him, um, as to where she lived in America. She lived in Hollywood, and really her works are
yeah,
more, yeah, and
you
her
can
works
see
are
the
more,
Hollywood.
definitely, but they're more reflective of the time, of that like early kind of post World War II, um, which is what we really see a lot of that Art Deco style, with things like the Empire State Building or the Chrysler Building. So, so yeah, we're going to talk a little bit about architecture. We'll talk a little bit about war. We'll talk a little bit about Art Deco. We'll talk a lot about the artist and a lot about her paintings. And that will be this Thursday or Friday at 9 a.m. Australian time, Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Mountain, in American time. And yeah, join us then. I know we'll see a few of you guys there, because we always do, and you're absolute chads for showing up, and we appreciate the hell out of you for doing it. So,
Yeah.
Kidnap your friends and family.
yeah, right.
Yes, get them in on this content. This is the more broadly applicable content.
Yeah,
Calamas, after she left fucking Paris, did she move to Berlin?
yeah, right. No,
Uh,
she that would have been funny. Um, but yeah. Just moving all over to the worst places she possibly
Everywhere she
could.
moves, war breaks out shortly
Right.
after. Actually, no, what was delayed by about 20-ish years by the sounds of it, at most.
Well, and
So New York in the
to be
50s.
fair,
Yeah.
to be fair, the Hollywood and Los Angeles didn't break out into full warfare until the last like 10 years or so. So she did a good move there.
Yeah.
Because there was a point in time when Hollywood was actually an okay place to be, or Los Angeles was actually an okay place to be. Um, but yeah, so That's what I got. Do you wanna play the Tans and Chalkies song now? See the I see the links going up everywhere.
Yeah, we'll play a bit.
Okay.
I was stopped in a Dublin street where the Dirk drums did beat. 11 immigrant feet, they walked all over us. And every single night when me da would come home tight, he'd invite the neighbours out with this chorus. Out ye black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your goats how you fucked kids down in Flanders. Tell her how some blokes made you run like hell away by burning a bus in Stokes. Come tell us how you slew them old priests 2 by 2. Unlike the Zulus, they had no spears, no knives, no arrows. How bravely you faced down a wee little girl while wielding a machete, and you diversified them natives to their marrow. Come out, ye black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your goats how you fucked kids down in Flanders. Tell her how some blokes made you run like hell away by burning a bus in Stokes. Come let us hear you yell how you butchered us in the dell when you stabbed them well and truly persecuted. Where are the sneers and jeers that you loudly let us hear when our kids under 16 were executed? Come out, ye black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your goats how you fucked kids down in Flanders. Tell her how some blokes made you run like hell away by burning a bus in Stokes.
So that's going to tie into our first 2 segments today.
Right?
Yeah.
It's also worth pointing out this is a year old.
Yeah.
That's funny. Pretty I guess if you talked about it now, I'd have to be talking about decapitations and shit. So
Yeah,
would
I've
be
thought
more-
about
more
updating it.
relevant.
Yeah.
I've got a metal version of that floating around somewhere in my files, but I
Nice.
just haven't been fucked to put it up.
Yeah. So, let's finish up some shilling and then we'll get into the article. So, Mr.
Yeah,
Trim, over on his channel, we got some more time lapses going up. If you'd like to just get a quick look at the videos as they go out. Latest one's the Wampus Cut again.
Oh yeah.
Trim does very good. Very good.
That was going to be an alternate name for one of the cats, but that got
Wampus.
nixed.
Wampus. Yeah. That'd been a good one.
That would be a good one. Oh dear. Man, Trim needs more views.
Shorts can be kind of rough.
Yeah.
Like
But- Yeah, like, it's one thing if I fart together a live stream or a video and get less views than that, but Trim put out there's lots of effort into his stuff. But speaking of things that I farted together, this morning, Deacon and I finally managed to get a chance to do some more windrows, and we got our asses absolutely fucking rocked by that first boss. Holy crap, what a fucking difficulty spike.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. It's weird. I mean, I was screwing around with that at level 3. I was attacking with almost impunity, like level 5 shipping. It's just like, yeah, I'll wade into this group of 3 or 4. It's fine. But as soon as you get into like one-on-one combat, and then watching what you guys went through, it's like, nope.
yeah.
Yeah, I guess have a Dark Souls style boss in a game that doesn't have Dark Souls level. What's the
Right.
word? QC on the fucking control scheme. At least when you're
Yeah.
playing Dark Souls, the character does what you tell it. That may be the wrong thing, but it's your fault. In this game, good luck, figure it out. But we got absolutely wrecked. So next episode, we're gonna bum around to a bunch of islands and level our characters up. I think.
Never hurts.
No.
But God, it's like whittling away at a fucking mountain with a fucking spoon.
Let's say the way my boys cheated that. I think they cheated all the ship combat or a lot of it by one of them being in the small boat because the small boat's invincible.
Yeah.
And
Disco.
so the small boat would go in and draw aggro, and then the big boats would shoot.
Nice. Yeah, Disco and I have just been friggin' crushing the shipping. We also have the advantage of, for the sake of the stream, and not grinding too much, despite the fact that, holy shit, this game is already very grindy. I didn't turn on player counts, enemy scaling. So when we do gang up on something, it dies a lot faster. As it should.
Yeah, that's always nice.
That was an executive decision made for the sake of not making it take even fucking longer to do things. So yeah, hopefully we'll get to do another one Sunday night. Childcare depending. Well, that's the plan. You can catch that on either my channel or Dinko's channel. So yeah, next episode will be exploring, visiting islands, getting some XP.
Finding lots of dead people wandering around, zombifying themselves.
Ganking up on some land-based pirates to steal all their gunpowder.
Right.
Yeah,
You gotta get pretty far into the game before you can start making your own fucking gunpowder too.
Well, I can't believe that
That's
farms
nuts.
are behind this fucking boss. Because making the food is a right pain. It's ridiculously expensive.
Yeah. Once you get it going, though, it's a lot better. It's a lot easier. It's kind of like Valheim. Once you start getting your farms really locked in, then you're good.
Yeah.
But by the time you get there, you're so high fucking level that you need all that super fancy food.
Yeah. It's just a matter of getting over the hump of that first boss, I think, in this one. So yeah, that's what's going on there. Yeah, that's it for shilling, I think. So I suppose we should go have a look at what's been happening this week. So, Belfast had a diversity incident. And, well, let's have Sky News tell us a bit about it. This is Sky News Australia, for the record.
Was pinned down in the street before being stabbed, suffering wounds to his eyes, his back and his face. Sky has chosen not to show the full video. Local police have praised members of the public for helping to save the man's life by dragging the attacker off him. The man from Sudan, who was granted leave to remain in the UK in 2023, has now been charged with attempted murder.
Well, that's interesting. Granted leave to remain in the UK. Almost as if he wasn't supposed to be there. And Sudan, of course. Glad to see that, but don't worry. Mayor Belfast reckons it's diversity is their strength.
I love this city. I was born here and I've lived in it all my life. It's a city made great by its people. More art for it, I want to bring a message of diversity and inclusiveness to the year ahead.
Is this what diversity and inclusiveness looks like, you dumb whore?
Yes, it is actually.
And also, tarted up hoe.
Mhm.
Still looks like a potato, even with all that makeup.
You know, that's just disrespectful for the office wearing that.
She looks so
sleeveless
fucking
dress.
ridiculous, doesn't she? Where's
Yeah.
the fucking cape and cloak and things like? That's what would be one thing if she was giving a random other speech without the fucking chains and shit. That'd be fine. But you're wearing the chains, put on the fucking robes. God damn it. Yeah, she just looks fucking ridiculous with the fucking big chain and that fucking modern woman top on.
Mm.
No respect for the
No-
office. No
nothing
respect
says-
for the people.
Nothing says HR more than that. Whatever she's wearing.
Yeah. Yeah. And of course, she's got to have a shitty little pearl necklace over and the fucking badge of office.
And she's the fucking mayor.
Yep. But don't worry, she brings a
Jesus
message of
Christ.
diversity and inclusiveness.
Who
Here is the
voted for that
message.
idiot?
Women.
Right? Right.
Yeah.
What's that?
Women.
You've got the soundboard. Go ahead and hit it.
We're very early on that one.
It is with my greatest pleasure and horrified feelings to tell you that, women.
Unfortunately, it's true. Yeah.
It's just it's too much, right? Which is obviously what happened. Like she's proved herself that it's just too much. That they've done too much or they've allowed too much. They've allowed too many people to come in, too many people to be violent and destructive. They've mollycoddled and pampered too many of them at the expense of the local people. You know,
Yeah.
like.
And that's very much it. It's this ridiculous feminine.
They have to mother everyone. That's the
what is it?
mentality.
Pathological the pathological altruism. It's like, oh,
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
poor Browns. It's not. They're so disadvantaged and impoverished in their brown country run by brown people.
But they then vacation back at over and over again. Like, in reality, the people there should have guns. They should have had guns, and they should have been allowed to shoot this guy in the street while he was before it even got that far. Both of them, because it's reported that there were two of them that actually attacked the guy in the first place, which is not something you hear. That's not something they're reporting on. But if you go search Twitter about it, they talk about how two people actually started attacking the guy.
I haven't seen
It
that.
wasn't just because they attack in packs, dude.
Yeah, because they cut with scouts. I would like to point out that this gentleman here came out with his little hurley stick and belted the guy on the side of the fucking head.
Yeah, good for him.
Yeah. But like you said, no, they should have just shot the guy.
They should have been able to shoot the fucking guy.
To be fair, they shouldn't have needed to because the government should have shot him when they found him.
Right.
Yep.
How'd he get to the UK? Well, we're going to look at that briefly.
Well, they should have shot him in Paris. So, anyhow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Should have shot him in the water before he touched foot on the fucking ground.
Should have shot him in the womb.
Yeah.
Well, people keep claiming that that's imperialistic. Okay,
Yes,
so
and
a Belfast stabbing victim lost eye during attempted beheading. So this is the New York Post, and they're the only fucking news organization that uses the word beheading. Which Bleach is going to tell us all about later.
yes.
Suspect is ID'd. Well, the man who was repeatedly stabbed in a sickening caught-on-camera attack that sparked riots in Northern Ireland lost his left eye in the near beheading. As the Sudanese suspect was identified for the first time as he appeared in court Wednesday. Stephen Ogilvie, thought to be 44, suffered injuries to both eyes after a Sudanese migrant piece of shit allegedly tried to behead him late Monday night. So, is he disabled or is he Scottish? Wait, Irish. It's hard to tell. But I've seen it flying around the internet that this guy is
Special needs.
Yeah, special needs. This
He had a it's like somewhat mentally disabled.
yeah. So
Yeah,
this
this
chap's
poor
not had
fucking
a
guy-
good life to start with.
Yeah.
No, he got set on fire when he was younger too.
Allegedly,
Like,
yeah, I haven't seen
allegedly.
a real source of that, but yeah, that's going around. Sorry, you can know.
Being reported that. Yeah, so apparently one of his, I don't know, friend or somebody who was a drug dealer gave him some GHB, the date rape drug, and then poured aftershave on him and lit him on fucking fire. And the poor guy woke up to being on fire. Like, and I don't know how the scale of that was, it could have just been a small one, but still, like, what a shitty life this guy's had. And
Yeah, so
all of the fucking
he's already been victimized by the homegrown vermin, and now he's been nearly
Right.
killed by some other country's scum that have been let in and given everything they could possibly fucking hope for.
right.
And what does this poor Irishman get in exchange for the generosity his government has forced him to show this fucking piece of shit? Near beheading.
Near beheading. Which if you haven't watched it, I don't know if I recommend anybody actually watch it because it's such a fucking horrifying
Yeah.
scene.
Yeah,
And
and it's
the
one
poor
of those.
guy is screaming for his dad the whole fucking time.
Ah, fucking
Yeah.
poor bastard. Yeah, it's not one of those
Yeah.
videos you have to watch for context, like the Charlie Kirk one. You get everything you need to know from that first image. That's all you need to know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's all you need to know.
There's no further context that you can gain from the video.
Charged over stabbing. That shit was not a stabbing, dude.
No.
It was
Like-
an attempted fucking beheading.
Yes, and only the New York Post reports on it. Lisa's going to tell us more about the selective reporting later.
Yeah.
And Danny's here.
One specific word.
He's missed the button. And he says, "Good morning, good God, it's been a month of a week." We've
Yeah.
had to use the button
Yeah, for
already,
real.
Danny. The Lord Mayor of Belfast's a woman. So blah 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 blah. Arrested minutes after the assault. Oh, minutes after the assault, he was arrested, was he? So the police were completely and utterly fucking useless again, huh?
Yes.
Right.
When seconds count, the police are only minutes away.
Minutes? It's more like days anymore.
And don't forget, when they get there,
Right.
then they'll arrest you for getting your blood all over the African.
Mm.
Like, really, all the African guy had to say was, he said something racist to me, and they'd be handling him with fucking kid gloves.
Yeah. Danny, Lord Mayor, woman. Yeah, that's all you need to know. Yeah, Silver says the still images are more than enough for me. Yeah, exactly. And there's no further context you can get from the full video. There are some videos that we say you should watch if you can stomach them for the full context, but this isn't one of them. This is all you need to know. The piece of shit who reportedly exploited a legal loophole to get into the UK. Why do they serve legal loopholes? Oh, that's right, because the Conservatives are a bunch of useless, feckless, lazy, incompetent morons.
Right.
And that's accused of threatening to kill a radiographer on the same day as Monday's attack. "I will kill you," he allegedly told the radiographer. Well, He appeared on video and stayed silent during the hearing. He was denied bail and will next appear in court in July. Holy shit, they denied bail?
Wow.
That's a shock.
Police
Right.
strongly opposed bail.
genuine.
And a detective warned that potential future offences could be serious and unpredictable in nature. Yeah, no shit. No shit. The police say that a lot of times, and then the courts go, "No, it'll be right," and then they kill someone before the day's out.
Right.
Judge, man's name, said the risks of granting fuckhead bail were far too great due to the risks of reoffending and harm to the public. The judge also noted that the piece of shit is a flight risk because he entered the UK via the common travel area, an open border zone which allows British and Irish citizens to travel freely. The stabbing sparked anti-immigration protests, which developed into riots. With masked yobs. What's a yob in New York Post? Hurling petrol bombs at cops and saying hands in cars of the line. I don't think they did, mate. Michelle, North Ireland's First Minister, said groups of masked men burning fans out of their homes is nothing less than disgusting cowardice, bringing it outright thuggery. As opposed to the government that's murdering them in the streets. The government that's importing Ryman's follow rhyme, what were the goths? As opposed to the government importing a bunch of goths to murder the fucking natives in the streets. 2 officers were injured in the disorder. I don't think they were, mate.
Right.
Bringing the protests an active Southampton. No, how about the government does its fucking job and listens to the fucking people for once? What we saw last night was an insult. No, your existence is an insult. Ordering the protesters to take control of their actions. No, they're trying to take control of their fucking country. It's their fucking country, and the government's not listening. Also, I thought rights were the voice of the unheard.
Right.
Yeah. Funny how
What
that
happened to
suddenly changed.
Yeah. Was an insult to the victim of the terrible attack. No, it's not, you fucking idiot. Do cops ever tell the truth? Or are they all pathological fucking liars?
I think a lot of their job depends on them being liars. So
That's a bit. British prime wanker, Queer Stasi. Scenes in Belfast last night was shocking, completely unacceptable. No, yeah. The fact that this fucker was in the country is completely unacceptable.
right.
The government's actions are unacceptable. You fucking vermin in politics are the fucking problem. How fucking dare you bring in boatload after boatload after boatload of filthy fucking invaders and then give them billions of taxpayer dollary pounds, then let them roam the fucking streets to rape, murder, steal, con, vote illegally. There's no justification for the violence. No, I think there fucking is, mate. After all, they're the unheard.
The government could fucking solve this problem. You know, they could solve it if they had the will to do it. All they'd have to do is just quit giving them fucking handouts. Quit treating them like fucking children. Quit handing them everything.
Or they can nut the fuck up and arm the fucking Coast Guard and see a boat, shoot a boat.
Right.
I'm going to go one step further. They should arm the citizens.
Well,
yeah, they should arm the citizens.
I thought self-defense was a basic human right. And this looks a lot like them defending their country from invading forces. Because I'm pretty sure that this looks a lot more like the Warsaw Uprising than a fucking BLM riot.
Yeah.
There's fucking gangs of foreign invaders in the streets, and the locals have had a fucking enough. It's clear the people were tired last night because of their background, and I will not tolerate. Firstly, no one gives a shit about your opinion. You need to get in the fucking trash. Secondly, people tell you because of their background, like those little white girls who were targeted by your roving gangs of fucking poor innocent refugees. The only people who can possibly be in England claiming to be refugees are the fucking French fleeing Islam. You cannot travel that to. It's much like a show. If you got here, you're not a refugee.
Yeah. And they keep citing the ECHR. And it's like, oh, well, it's their obligation. So you're telling me Italy is a war zone. France is a war zone. Well, okay. The rest of Europe is a fucking war zone. And
why do we, firstly, why do we give a shit about the Germans' opinion on human rights?
Right?
It's not like the Germans have a history of displacing ethnic groups and causing demographic replacement. It's not, no, they definitely didn't do that to a certain silver-loving demographic during the fucking 30s. Turns out the Germans never changed. They just got gay uniforms.
Yeah, but I'm starting to think they weren't entirely wrong on some of that stuff. So,
well, if they just deported them, it wouldn't be a problem. But they decided to be gay and annoying and invade Poland.
Yeah.
Yeah. Leave the Poles alone and it would have been fine. Although, well, I always thought that they should have just had battalions of small little hat, and it's like, hey, there's lots of money over there. Here's your rifle. Go get it.
I'll give you 30 shekels for every German head you bring me.
No. I'm thinking, the Germans should have been like, yes, go conquer the Soviet Union for us. There's plenty of shekels over there.
Yeah. Well, did they still have
the Soviets? So,
did they still have shekels by the 30s? Because when did they decide that they were going to destroy their economy again? Wait, that doesn't narrow it down. Russia's destroying its economy. Yeah, so that's only happened like 15 times since 1900. Anyway, Russia aside, Belfast knife attack suspect. What we know about the useless piece of shit and how a bunch of gutless, feckless, anti-white genocidal monsters let him into the country. Some claim arrival of our island is a backdoor that should be closed, but what would that look like in practice? Sorry, have you ever seen a border before? Oh, wait, they're the Guardian. They've never left the fucking London. Right. In fact, they've never left their upmarket section of London. You know, the ones where the police actually hose away the homeless.
Yeah, they're low diversity areas of London.
Yep. One claim made in the aftermath of the attack that was there's presence in Belfast of the evidence of a dangerous backdoor to Britain via a route that should be closed. Here's what we know about his case and not the closing of the so-called loop. Blah, blah, blah. Shut the fuck up. God, you're worthless. Here's the Guardian. Right. How is he able to travel from Ireland to Northern Ireland being checked? Because they don't have a fucking border. It's not that hard, Guardian. Dickhead and many other grifting pieces of shit have travelled to the UK via the Republic of Ireland before making a claim. Cool. Is it time to invade Ireland again?
Well, we might not have to.
Well,
the Irish
can only
just handled themselves.
They are able to do so because of the common travel area alongside open border zone comprising the UK, Ireland, the Isle of Man, and the Channel Islands. Well, you need to fucking close it if people like that are getting through. His journey across the border was illegal, indicating that... Well, shit, there's a law against it. That means you can't possibly do it. How very German of them.
Yeah.
Only the fucking Germans seem to believe that having a law means that something is impossible. He cannot do that. It is illegal, but he did it. But he cannot. It is illegal. God, it's so stupid.
That's because they're technocratic fucking morons.
Yeah. Home Office figures show the UK removed a whole one asylum seeker under a returns deal signed with Ireland in 2020. Question, why do they need to sign a deal? They have a land border. You put them on the bus, you drag them to the border, you surround the bus with them. Soldiers armed with bayonets, rifles and bayonets. You open the bus door and say, walk across that fucking border or we'll shoot you.
Well, fuck that. They've got an ocean border.
Throw them into the sea. I mean, that
You got
works
here
too.
on a fucking shitty boat. You can leave on a shitty boat.
Well, their boat never should have got there. Like they all
No,
they
it
keep
shouldn't have.
getting fucking intercepted by the Coast Guard and then escorted ashore. No, intercepted by the Coast Guard, destroy. Oh, but
Yeah.
the women and children don't care. Don't need them either.
Yeah. I'll tell you, you sink a few of them boats, the fucking women and children are going to stop getting on them too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in practice, it is possible to take advantage of the invisible border. Yeah, no shit, you fucking retards. God, the Guardian are a bunch of morons. And once they're in Northern Ireland, they can just travel on local flights. Why was the fuckhead grand assignment? Because the United Kingdom is a bunch of cuckolds and retards that is hellbent on running itself into the fucking ground.
Well, it's that Project 2030 shit that's going on. That Great Reset, obviously. They're all captured.
Yep. Asylum applicants from Sudan have the highest initial grant rate of all nationalities applying for refuge in the UK, which is the documented evidence of ongoing civil war. They're in England. No. Where are
You know why
from?
they have a civil war there? Because they're
they have
fucking
people
low
like them
intelligence,
there.
barbaric people.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah. They
They're
need
a bunch
a
of fucking
foreign influence.
Yeah.
Return to colonialism.
Oh, even better.
Bring
Fuckhead
back
was
imperialism.
granted asylum under a fast-track application scheme because of his nationality. He only had to complete a Home Office questionnaire rather than attend a face-to-face interview. Under Suella Braverman. Which...
They're all a bunch of fucking traitors.
Yeah.
The government, the officials that are allowing all these people in there, a bunch of fucking traitors to the people.
Could have been deported after entering the UK via an island. The government would have had no right. What do you mean no right? It's their country. They have infinite fucking rights. Oh, but
Right.
international law. Fuck international law. Again, why would you trust anything the Germans have to say?
Well, are they part of the fucking EU? Why do they have to follow by that bullshit?
Oh, but the UN. Fuck the UN. Literally
Right?
The UN has literally done nothing of value in its entire fucking existence. All the EU, all the UN has successfully done is funnel taxpayer money from countries that have invented the fucking wheel to Africa.
Yeah, I wish my government would stop funding the UN. It would collapse because it's all funded by,
Yep.
it's 99% funded by America. Same with NATO.
Closing the border to stop asylum seekers entering the UK this way would be a politically explosive move. Who cares? Do you know what else is explosive? Muslims.
Asylum seekers.
Yep. Asylum seekers keep exploding too. Is closing the common travel area achievable? Yes, dickhead. Ever heard of the Berlin Wall? It's not terribly difficult. Like, this is shit that the average child could figure out, but because the Guardians spent so long with their head up their ass sniffing their own farts.
I think it'd be turns out that patrolling the channel would be not as difficult as they think. But the country that had the greatest navy in the world for hundreds of years can't even control the fucking channel between them and France.
Yeah.
Like, they can't keep shitty boats made of tires and fucking garbage from crossing and implanting invaders onto their fucking shores.
Well,
where Israeli NGOs are waiting there to give them taxpayer dollars.
Yeah. The country that used to have a navy bigger than the next two biggest navies. Just in case. Can't stop fucking dinghies.
Right?
I'm sorry, I think I could stop some fucking dinghies with a sailing boat, a cannon, and some fucking grape shot.
Hell, I think you could stop one with a big stick in a boat.
Just
Right.
poke it with the pointy end, yeah. Oh, but it might kill them. Well, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. You know what I'm not willing to sacrifice? My fucking people.
And like they made that choice themselves. I didn't make that fucking choice. They made that choice. It's just like the guy who breaks into your house and gets shot. It's like, oh, so his life is less important than your stuff?
Yes.
Like, well, I didn't make that choice. He did. He made that choice. He made that decision to make his life less important
I've
than my stuff
gone
by
far
trying
beyond,
to take my stuff.
I've gone far beyond that. It's like, is your stuff worth more than his life? Yes. And that was before he decided to point that out to everybody.
Right. Like,
Well-
yes, it always has been.
Yeah.
Always will
Oh,
be.
do you think someone should be shot over a car? We used to hang horse thieves. I don't see how cars are different.
Yep. Oh, I mean, TV thieves are just the same.
Well, the TV thieves are easy. You just aim for the white smile.
I'm in favor of shooting porch pirates, dude. People who steal shit off your porch. Shoot them fuckers too.
Now, see, I want to go to this point. Shoot them to wound them, and then you've got a free slave to do all of your household chores. And if they escape, then you finish the job.
no. You've tried slaves before, and where did it get you?
Well, you got to castrate them first.
Yeah, at the neck. So yeah, UK police urge calm after sickening Belfast stabbing. Again, stabbing. Department of Justice, North Belfast knife attack. Who's the minister? Some fat Karen.
Always.
Some fat ginger bitch.
Yeah. Oh, the police are still securing the scene in North Belfast on Tuesday. Yes, they arrived just in time to take a report. Some gutless cuckold. Bunch of worthless fucking cops. And this is what you get when you don't fucking listen.
And why it's a good thing. Like,
I mean, it shouldn't have come to this, but they've been ignoring the people for decades. The public is against this. But the government's like, oh, we'll just do it anyway. Yeah, you can only do that so long before the public goes, fuck it. What are they going to do? Put me in prison with the fucking people they're letting roam the streets? Shit.
yeah, I mean, at least you have a higher chance of not being just murdered in the middle of the street.
Mm-hmm.
At least you know your targets are your enemy.
Yeah, at least in prison you'll be surrounded by white people.
Yeah.
Who said bad, mean things online?
Yep. It'll be great. Meanwhile, over at Al Jazeera, who are far more useful than the BBC, despite also being government propaganda pieces. Protesters torch cars, buildings in UK's Belfast for a knife attack. And again, knife attack. Anti-immigrant protesters, yeah. Things set on fire, flying flags. Oh, look, it's the government that's going to beat the public until they're quiet. Again, more photos and video here from the useless idiots at the BBC. Try listening to the people. Like, at this point, the majority has been against illegal immigration forever. And now the majority is against immigration in general. But the government's like, nah, fuck it. We'll just keep letting in millions of rapists every year.
Well, I mean, that's half the reason why they voted to leave the fucking EU in the first place.
Yep.
People were tired of the mass immigration. It's like that. They're like, oh, it's racist for them to, all the racists wanted to leave the EU. It's like, you mean all the people who just wanted to preserve their fucking country,
Yep.
who wanted the country not to turn into an economic shithole or a fucking migrant rape zone?
Exactly.
Like,
But no,
I mean, even if you look back then, like if the grooming gang inquiry says this shit's been going on since before the UK left the EU.
yep.
So,
And of course, what did the Conservatives do when this came in? they did a fucking soft leave. No. Oh, but all this will happen. Who gives a shit? Fuck it. Do it.
Oh,
No, they
Boris
fucking
was such a fucking.
they didn't even half-ass it. They barely even quarter-assed it. And they kept the worst fucking part of the whole thing. The bloody... they've kept the fucking Court of Human Rights that has no fucking relevancy to the UK. The UK... that there is no control that the UK has over that fucking thing. Why it has any influence over the UK is unbelievable. No. Tell them to fuck off. And if they don't like it, tell them to fuck off again. What are they going to do about it? They have no fucking money without the British taxpayer.
Right. Like
Danny says, but if the system collapses, there will... Danny says, if the system collapses, there'll be rapes and murders in the streets. Hell of a way to admit it's already collapsed, mate. Oh, dear. So, here's a few things coming from the reaction. All must go. Based.
Remigration's the moderate position at this point, honestly.
It is.
Yeah.
Like, if we had a sensible world, like, step one, round up all of them that have ever been convicted of a crime, throw them out, stop, reassess, have a quick think, throw out all the Muslims, reassess. Is everything stable now? Maybe, maybe not. No. Right. Where's the problems? Oh, are 90% of Sudanese refugees criminals? Cool. All of them go. And
like, but let them solve their own problems, dude.
Mm-hmm.
They started the Civil War. They can solve. They can fix it.
I mean, I'm happy to end their civil war by carpet bombing the entire fucking place.
Right.
Or
how about we just
conquest? I mean, yeah.
Say
my position has long been, if you have more than 10,000 people from any country in your country illegally, you have the right of conquest.
Mm-hmm.
If for no other reason than to send them back.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, whatever that country was where the UK is like, we can't send them back because the country says that they renounced their citizenship by tearing out their passports. Right. Firstly,
don't care.
Who gives a shit? They're a third world shithole. Send them back anyway. And if they don't like it, tell them to fuck off. It's very simple. If you refuse to take your people back, then congratulations. We're not letting any of you into the country ever again. If you refuse to take the overstayers, cool, that's it, no problem. Entire country banned.
Well, shit. Not even just let them into our country. Like, at some point, we should just stop letting them out of their own.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It wouldn't be difficult. All we need to do is use a few of those air bases that the British built back when they were a real country, and just bomb anything that looks like it can make it across. Like, we can just pull out the World War II planes, and we can just do some bombing runs over the Atlantic and around the bottom bits. And if you see a boat, sink it. If it's not supposed to be there, sink it. Yeah, Major says you have the right to round them up and force someone to airplanes that will come back empty, so ain't nothing won't take their people back and cut ties with them. Yeah, it's very simple. If the country refuses to take them back, cool. Send them back anyway, ban the entire country.
Yep.
It's not difficult.
It really comes down to, they were so desperate to decolonize everything.
They decolonized themselves.
Well, but now it's more like, oh, well, now we need all the responsibility, but none of the resource extraction. We need all of these people in our countries without any of them having a duty to produce. I'm fucking tired.
And the Irish are too. Yeah, but is the government going to listen? Of fucking course not. Because they literally hate their own people. Yep. More people saying out friends north and south, time of all drive is over. Yep. Allegedly, armed Irishmen have set anti-migrant checkpoints and are searching cars. Citation needed. Source, some random telegram.
And why that's a good thing. What?
Yeah, multiple houses hosting migrants have been starting fire in Belfast. Well, you're sending a fucking message, aren't you? The government
I
has...
don't think this is
The government has... Yeah, fire, but mostly
fiery, but
peaceful.
mostly peaceful.
It's just the voice of the unheard.
Yeah.
But the government's not fucking listening. The majority of their country wants them to solve the problem. They're not. And then they're fucking kept pretending to be surprised. And the people going, cool, we've tried democracy for 20 fucking years. That's not worked. Oh, dear. And just more pictures, more fires. Yeah. Oh, look, another dodgy fucking thing, apparently. That's great, guys. Dear people allegedly on our side, stop lying. It makes us all look bad. Yeah. Again, the fucking... And of course, the police, no fucking shame, beating up their own countrymen for standing up to the government. Athens, what was it? Tennessee. The only place that's ever gone this fucking right.
Yep.
If the government refuses to listen to democracy, that's what the fucking Second Amendment's for.
Yeah, but they always change it to our democracy, which means jack shit.
Well, our democracy, which is synonymous with communism.
Mm-hmm.
And here is Rupert Lowe, who I hope he's actually half as base as he sounds. If a migrant comes to our country and attempts to do a man's head off in the street, a restored British government will not deport. With the British people's approval, that savage will be put to death. Shit, he said that on Twitter from the UK. But that is not enough. These atrocities will keep happening. The barbarians are already inside the gates, correct? Immigration will end from countries that are proven to supply us with these monsters. Third world migrants who hate our way of life will be removed from our country. Restore Britain will deport millions. I'd fucking pay to see that. I'm not sure I believe him, him based on the last 4,000 years of written history. I've had enough. The British people have had enough. We do not have to live like this. There is another way. Death penalty, mass deportation, and mass immigration. This is what Restore Britain will do. God, please. And tell the EU to fuck off. And if they don't like it, maybe it's time to invade Germany again. Because they need their asses kicked every 20 to 30 years, and they've been overdue for like 50.
Yeah, for sure. Their current government is a complete enemy of the German people and freedom.
To be fair, the German
They're
government has
fucking
always
communists.
been an enemy of the German people and freedom.
Well, the rise of the Third Reich was because of communism.
Yes.
And they have a bunch of commies in there right now.
To be fair, they had a bunch of commies in there during the Third Reich, and after the Third Reich, and after that, and now. Germans just love communism. The bloody French. More stuff happening over in Belfast. Because the Irish know how to fucking party. I want one of those cars. Or several of those cars. Not necessarily even for shenaniganry. I just love that style of vehicle. Yeah, here's John Matthew. Police responding with far more force than they ever did when BLM was being seized to the Grand Temple. I remember Keir Starmer kneeling for the for a drug addicted moron overdosing on fentanyl. Did he fucking kneel for a white kid stabbed to death? Nope. Cares more about a foreign drug addict than his own people murdered on the streets. Look at this gutless fucking retard. That's Sky News Britain. A bunch of cuckolds.
That is
He's
wild.
got
How
his
Sky
his
News.
retard safety helmet on.
Yep.
It's wild how Sky News Australia is so based, and Sky News everywhere else is the most cucked news network ever.
Yep.
Right?
It's kind of crazy, isn't it? So yeah, we'll play this one and then that'll be it for me.
A barrage of missiles being thrown over these police lines towards us, and it is very tense. It's a standoff now as we try to push them away from here. There is a property not too far from here that's previously been the site of protests around it being used as a hotel to try to make sure that those protests.
And that somebody tried to gouge his eyes out.
Just bear with just 1 second. We're just trying.
You're reporting on why Northern Ireland is erupting because they are fed up with the likes of Sinn Féin inviting undocumented men into their country. Why are you wearing a crash helmet? Get down the front and be brave.
Yeah, we just appreciate Thomas being.
Yeah, Sky News are a bunch of cocks. Universal suffrage was a fucking mistake, and not just because of women.
Yep.
I still continue to advocate for the Starship Troopers solution, because then poor people who give a shit can vote, but rich people who don't give a shit can't. Much like Rico and his versus his parents. Was it Rico? Johnny Rico. Was that his name?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Johnny Rico. Yep.
Yeah. So it's like him versus his parents. Because I think they disowned him or something. I can't remember. But yeah, it's people who actually give a shit about their country versus people who might have money but don't give a shit. Because the last thing I want is Jeff Bezos fucking voting.
Yeah.
Major says, fortunately, I have my Down syndrome bump cap on, and I am very safe, staying far, far away from the action. Some boomer sim. Now, that's unfair to people with Down syndrome. They're far more useful than this guy.
Right.
And that's despite me thinking that, what is it, trisomy 21 is an acceptable justification for abortion.
Yeah.
Which tells you what I think about the Sky News reporter, doesn't it?
No, not at all. No.
Oh, man. Right. I think that is what I've got. Now, let me just make sure everything was working on the back end. And I believe Mr. Bleach is going to talk in more detail about, well, the reporting and propaganda, frankly.
Yes, that's so
Do you have the green, sir?
it's very good. So yes, yes, this pogrom is meant for you. So that's an allusion to what is really the main focus of my segment today. Is it's being repainted in a
It's an allusion
very
to the
specific way.
horde of literal retards claiming that this is a race-based pogrom.
Yes. Of course, yeah, we have owned Jones because he's a little bitch and someone has him on a leash, I'm sure. So, and thanks to you, Bez, for this kicking off. So again, Sky News Australia. BBC Irish Times headlines gaslight public on asylum seeker allegedly trying to decapitate a man in Belfast attack. The BBC non-pigeon, actually, that'd be a fun version to see if we could find. Man thrusty thrust piece of metal in throat. Other man not die because white man bad. So, yes, BBC contributed to civil unrest plaguing the UK over mass migration by passing off news an asylum seeker had attempted to behead a man in Belfast as just another stabbing, writes James McPherson in an article by James McPherson. That just so damned annoying.
Coincidentally enough.
So,
Fucking reporters.
normal people know there's a difference between a stabbing and an attempted beheading. To be clear, both horrific. But news and footage of an attempted beheading in the middle of Belfast immediately raises questions. Questions that authorities have already perched precariously atop a tinderbox of social unrest and would prefer not to be asked. Yeah, I mean, even just that still, that's this still right here. That is far, far different than, I don't know, going up and just stabbing someone.
Mm-hmm.
So, questions about race, a question about a specific religion. So when the BBC came to report the Sudanese asylum seeker had allegedly attempted to hack a man's head off and took an eye, his left eye, they decided to go with this headline: man taken to hospital with serious injuries after stabbing. So, oh, look. Even the BBC has a still of the attempted beheading.
And a community night.
Yeah. The community note. Video of the incident shows the attacker repeatedly slashing the victim's head and neck, bystanders shouting and trying to cut his head off. And Mr. Rupert Lowe, it was an attempted beheading. Be honest for once. Visegrad 24. When did attempted beheadings become stabbings? So back to the article. There are about 50,000 knife crimes in the UK every year. So the BBC headline referring to anything, more deliberately, I suspect it could refer to anyone. Anyone that wasn't of the selected blessed class. It's a news headline that screams, "Move along, nothing to see here." Actually, no, it really says, "I don't think you have, mate." Which, if you think about it, is a very odd stance for an organization that typically wants to encourage readership rather than deter it. The headline was denounced on X by Restore Britain Rupert Lowe, who we've already talked about. And yes. So we've got the stabbing fiend of diversity versus fires. Mostly peaceful, though. Editors at the Irish Times were no better. They collected news from the crime scene, including asylum seeker and attempted beheading, when the construction of a news article, precisely none of the news. So we'll go over to the old Irish Times here. Several homes and buses set on fire as hundreds take to Belfast Street after knife attack. Man, 30, charged with attempted murder in relation to knife attack.
Yes, a man with no other distinguishing or interesting features.
No. I'm actually curious to see if, and we won't spend a lot of time, but I just want to see if they actually have a picture of the attacker. Sporadic pockets of disorder broke out in multiple locations across Northern Ireland. Planned protests come as a 30-year-old man has been charged with attempted murder in relation to a knife attack on Monday, due to appear on Wednesday in court. So they show. They're avoiding. They're avoiding the man. Yeah. She appealed to people to share very graphic images and footage of the incident. But nothing of... Yeah.
Yeah, don't share the obvious evidence of what's going on.
Well, I'm pretty sure that the government has come out and said that people who are sharing this online are far-right terrorists.
Oh, yeah.
Like, people who share reality online are far-right terrorists. Don't believe your lying eyes, comrade.
Yep.
Hello, my fellow far-right terrorists.
Right.
Yep. The Irish Times cleverly avoided giving any uncomfortable details about the crime while subtly implying that it was the response to the crime that people should be most worried about. Little wonder people are rioting. The Irish Times article took until the 22nd paragraph before revealing the accused was believed to be Sudanese. I mean, when you've got an image of a man with a knife who is clearly not Irish. And not once in the article did they say that the attacker was attempting to behead the victim. The article did, however, say that freshly painted graffiti saying "fuck Islam" was daubed on bus shelters on a busy roadway. Funny that. So, the real danger facing the good people of Belfast was not asylum seekers going full jihad. No. The real danger was the Islamophobes with paintbrushes. Did I say no wonder people are rioting? It's truly a sick joke that the video of the attempted beheading that went viral long before media organizations decided they could best serve the government by obfuscation and distraction instead of reporting. Eyewitnesses of the video are yelling, "He's trying to cut his head off. He's slicing his neck." Then to make of the news blithely that it was a stabbing, just another stabbing. So, yeah, that's a good overview of the absolute scum that journalism has become in the UK and Ireland itself about what's going on. So let's just jump over to one word, one very specific word, pogrom. First recorded in English in 1882, the Russian word pogrom is derived from the blah, 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 meaning to destroy, to wreak havoc, to demolish violently. The noun has a relatively short history used in English and many other languages as a loan word possibly from Yiddish. Its modern widespread circulation
Where's
began
that
with
from
the
again?
anti-Semitic Russia.
Yes, Yiddish. Very famously Russian.
Yeah, yes. So we'll just slide on down here to things that have been called pogroms that aren't actually pogroms. But yeah, it's like Alexandrian riots, Grenada massacre. It's like now it's been recalled the Grenada pogrom. So you can see
let me
where
guess. It only counts as a pogrom if it targets a certain group of candle-loving tiny houses.
Yes. And it's also interesting that they have renamed some things, like the Sarajevo Frenzy of Hate, where there were only 2 Serbs that were killed. Or the Elaine pogrom was always known as the Elaine Massacre. So, yeah, like Kristallnacht is now the November pogrom. So,
Oh, good. Just
to keep
rewriting
that in
history.
mind, yeah, it's a very focused, and it's 2-pronged. Yeah, you've got the Huara rampage versus the Huara pogrom. So my premise is the word pogrom has been reused in such a way because, well, it's important to
It's
make
been
sure that
reused
it
like
has
the
a
word
diversified
Nazi.
meaning. Yes. So, what inspired this particular thing? Oh, look. This feckless idiot. We're witnessing a pogrom in Belfast.
Mate, you
Total
don't want to see the
95
Irish do a pogrom.
No. But maybe we will.
Thankfully, I'm more offended by these fucking idiots on Twitter than I am by the fucking roving gangs of fucking Africans.
Oh, well, they go hand in hand. You can't have one without the other.
No.
And so this absolute rape apologist, total of 95 service incidents in 2 nights during the North Ireland pogrom.
Oh, boo-hoo.
Oh, look. Yeah. The Jews are running around calling the burning of ambulances a pogrom. Very
No,
shitbag.
it's a nutta. Not a nutta. It's
No.
a nutta showa.
Looks like a fucking pogrom.
Another dead word.
Yep. Seeing a race-based pogrom, said a politician in Belfast. Oh, look, yeah.
I'm really not
exactly
interested
as you
in
would
the
expect.
opinions of politicians or women.
Combine the two.
And you get the mayor of
My first-
Belfast.
Yeah. Yeah. My first report from Belfast, a city where local Muslims are gripped by fears of another racist pogrom.
Oh, how the
This clown
turns table.
pogrom. Yeah. And oh, look. Property Jones. We're heading towards an abyss, and our media takes much of the blame. That's why I'm decided to join whatever the hell. Here's my
The media.
first
You mean
column.
the group of communist apparatchik morons that are constantly blaming everything on the evil white man? That media.
Yeah. Yeah. Belfast riots are an anti-migrant pogrom. This is a racist pogrom.
It's not a very good
It
one.
just keep going.
They
No,
keep-
it's not very effective.
This is the worst pogrom I've ever seen.
I mean, it just keeps going. Except for this guy. Pogrom's a Russian Jew word. In the West, we don't use that word. We use massacre. And I don't think it is, mate. Correct.
Yeah. But also, it's amazing how the NPC update meme really does reflect reality. Like, obviously
It
not
does.
in a literal meaning, but like the programming. I think Gad Sard would talk about like the mimetic nature of it, the mimetic programming. Like, it really is like a fucking update being pushed out to fucking cell phones.
It is. It is. And I thought, this is one of those real-time moments where it's like, oh, look at this racist pogrom. Oh, and look, Mehdi Hamas. Belfast riots are a pogrom.
I'm really not
So-
interested in the opinion of a bunch of third world goat fuckers.
No. But again, look at this. You even have the normie NPCs using pogrom.
Yeah.
It is
So
such
what was it
a
again?
invasive word.
So what was it in 92 when the Koreans were targeted racially because of the actual
LA riots?
Yeah. So what was that
Rodney
again?
King riots?
Yeah. Well, the
Oh,
Rodney.
that was just justified.
Yeah, because Koreans are successful, can do math, can show up on time,
And integrate. Don't act like idiots.
don't chimp around and find out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, look, it shows riots from 2 years ago.
Funny that. God, I get pissed off
yes.
at people on our side in particular. Like, we know that the communists lie. They're communist. But when people on our side pull that shit, it's like, are you a fucking plant? Are you a glowy or an idiot?
I'm going to go at this level of I don't know if it matters anymore.
It doesn't really.
I really don't think it matters.
Well, the question is whether they've got someone organizing it or if they're. Well, actually what am I talking about?
organic.
Well, organic's probably not the right word either. Like, is this particular activity being coordinated centrally versus were they indoctrinated for 12 years by a communist or a series of communists? And worse than that, women.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, it's if we were to have word of the day, it would be pogrom.
Yep, it's another word that's been turned completely meaningless by idiots. Because
Yep.
this word associates to the Germans from the 30s and 40s. Therefore, anyone we call it must be evil.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not a fucking pogrom. It could be, but it isn't.
It's something that is
Also,
as we've been saying, the words of the unheard.
Yeah. Also, if they're so concerned about a pogrom, why not just protect those poor innocent Africans by sending them to Africa, where there are definitely no race-based murders?
It would be protecting them from white people, and we all know how evil white men are.
Exactly. We need to protect them from those evil white Irishmen.
So, just again, one of those more prolific retards on the twatters. Well, imagine liking something and thinking that you're a good person. This level of self-delusion is incredible. Hate is odious to normal people. And it's like, dude, you think you're a good person for letting this happen.
Yeah.
A near beheading. So, yeah. And then, of course, you've got the dog whistle of racist is being thrown around. It's like, nobody cares. Nobody. That word is so useless that it's like saying, "Oh, good morning. Would you like a cup of coffee?" When you go into a nice restaurant, it's like, "Yeah, sure. Why not?" Oops, sorry. Sorry, I just had to. If I were ever abducted by aliens, the first thing I'd ask is whether they come from a planet where people deny science. It's like, dude, you are definitely not black science, man. You're just a champagne shimp out there. Anyway,
champagne shimp.
So, yeah, and then more of what's going on. Yeah, it's like, oh, look, we're going after the basically the native British, and then of course they're trying to bring up the neo-Nazi teen who tried to behead Bristol Barber. So my guess, and I have not read the story, I do not know all the details, but I would be willing to guess that this young woman was probably part of a grooming gang. Well, was victimized by one and just lost her shit. And even if not,
also, this falls fucking flat for me anyway. It's like, oh, look at this native piece of shit. Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we know that they're a native piece of shit. Why the fuck do we need the rest of the world's pieces of shit too? We should be busy hanging our pieces of the shit, not having to tidy up after your pieces of shit.
Well, it's funny that ITV will come out and call this a beheading, who tried to behead, but then they'll call the other thing a stabbing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Almost as if it's politically motivated.
It is truly remarkable. Truly remarkable that it's all focused on it being one way, and racism a sign of low intelligence. No, it's a sign of low tolerance.
How could it possibly be a sign of low intelligence? Like, do you know what is a sign of low intelligence? Not having pattern recognition. Not knowing what fucking per capita is. That's the sign of fucking low intelligence. Fucking retards.
So, and just kind of a look around the world. So, French police have found the body of a woman on a street in Le Gros del Roi who had her throat slit. It's like,
I wonder how they described the person they arrested for that.
Yeah, funny that. So I don't have any follow-up articles on that, but it was just like that pattern recognition.
Do you have more tweets like this? Because I do, if you haven't found them yet.
Oh, I do. Look. 17-year-old English girl suffered serious injuries today after a migrant stabbed her in the neck.
Would you like to guess the country? Because I found that Zenithium posted a tweet as to where the country.
Sudan, perhaps?
Try again.
Syria? Pakistan.
That's it.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, it's shit like this. And then you get, the word of the day. And say, oh, look at this. We're going to have this same thing repeated over and over because it's programming. And most people are susceptible to this level of propaganda, unfortunately.
Yeah. Ooh, do you have the Albanian man in Italy?
I do not.
Because the Albanian man is not the bad guy. In fact, he is the hero of the story.
Well, this is a first.
There you go.
Oh, yes.
And again, this comes with it's a random wanker on Twitter warning.
So, yes, outraged in Italy as Albanian man was almost beheaded by a North African gang for defending an elderly man during a robbery. North Africans entered a restaurant in Fermo and began harassing an Italian man, demanding money. The Albanian noticed what was happening and tried to defend the elderly Italian man. When the North Africans became enraged, they dragged him outside. They beat him up, hitting his head on the stones, allegedly trying to behead him, screaming, "Alan's snack bar." The horror to everyone. Brave man is now in a coma fighting for life. I'm just like, now will Albanian gangs start going after North African gangs? This could be an interesting turn of events.
Well, remember that the Italian mafia got replaced by a worse gang. I think they called it the police, Chicago police.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So there's a bright future possible. That's what I'm hearing.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yes, I found this floating around, and well, thought it would be a fun one to go over. Ethnomasochist.
Ooh.
A person who
that's a good one.
Ethnomasochism, a form of self-loathing or masochistic attitude directed toward their own ethnicity, race, or cultural heritage. Common traits: experiences moral pleasure in criticizing,
denigrating.
Denigrating. Sorry, it's a little blurry for me. Should wear my glasses probably. Or feeling guilt over their own ethnic group and heritage. Elevates and idealizes other groups while viewing their own as uniquely evil or oppressive. Supports policies and ideologies that undermine the interests, culture, or demographic continuity of their own people. Amplifies narratives that demonize their own history, traditions, and achievements. Celebrates decline, displacement, or replacement of their own civilization. The most effective way to destroy people is to convince them to hate themselves. Etymology: ethnicity, race, people. Masochism derived from pleasure or satisfaction of one's own suffering or humiliation. Self-criticism is healthy. Self-hatred is destructive. Know the difference and defend your people.
I can confirm that self-hatred is destructive. Awesome. Mm-hmm. Got years of experience.
And I just to end this, because it just happened. The Filton Four, the people that came in and attacked people with sledgehammers, were sentenced as terrorism, and Amnesty UK, Amnesty's international branch there, opposes the use of terrorism powers in this case. Completely disproportionate to punish protesters for criminal damages as if they were terrorists, a sentence which stays with you for life.
That's interesting. I'm pretty sure I've heard people calling for the protesters in Ireland to be charged as terrorists. Where's
Yes,
Amnesty
indeed.
there?
They're nowhere to be seen.
Also, where's Amnesty
And-
UK when the police keep using that absolutely retarded Terrorism Act to detain, search, and harass people taking videos of pedophile organizations like police stations?
I'm going to tap the ethnomasochist sign again.
Ah, yes. Amnesty International, ethnomasochists.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They hate themselves and want they hate them. There's got to be a word for it including suicide as well, because they hate themselves so much they want to they want to kill themselves and take us with them.
Yeah.
But they're gutless cowards.
It's truly amazing that the framing of this has shifted in such a way where I don't think they expected anything to happen at first. And now that it has, there's this desperate scramble to portray the people that are fed up with this affecting their daily lives. Oh, well, you must be a racist. You must be engaging in a pogrom. They want their country back. They want their civilization to be respected. And yeah, they might be Orangemen, a large number of them up there in Belfast. But there's nothing wrong with wanting to go with a little self-preservation. Yeah. But of course, that's just evil. So can't have that.
Want your children to grow up how you did, as racist, evil, fascist, Nazi. Like
all of it.
Stop making it sound like a good thing.
And that's I think that's the underlying truth of all this is something that was dismissed as a political philosophy 20, 30 years ago is now one that's being embraced. Why? Because when it's the opposite, the opposition makes it sound interesting and sexy to defend yourself. Yeah, people are going to flock there. So I don't blame people for any of their choices anymore, unless it's to become an ethnomasochist, and then, well, you can just fuck right off. So yeah, that's what I've got.
Oh, crap! That didn't take anywhere near as long as I thought it would.
No, it was pretty direct to the point. I've rambled long enough on this podcast. I figured I'd be short for once.
No, oh no, we're going to have plenty of rambling later, I'm sure. Shit, I guess we're ready for Mr. Dave then. If Mr. Dave is ready.
All right, let me get to my thing. Okay, go for it.
All right, switching over to Mr. Dave, and you have the floor, sir.
So recently, as in like Friday night at midnight, the Congress voted not to reauthorize or not to extend temporary funding to Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, which is the FISA Act. This is FISA is the courts. They're the courts that allow all the unwarranted searches of everyone's personal information. And I'm just going to go through a few things here regarding that. So I've got this article here from the Brennan Center of Justice. It says Congress will soon vote to on the reauthorization, which this was written on, updated on June 9th. So known as Section 702 of the FISA Act, which is set to expire on June 12th. Although Congress passed the law to facilitate surveillance of foreigners overseas, the government also uses Section 702 to spy on Americans, a practice that has resulted in widespread abuses and made the law deeply controversial. Upcoming reauthorization is an opportunity for Congress to enact long overdue protections on Americans' privacy. Trump is, of course, encouraging Congress to renew Section 702 without protections because no tyrant wants to give up. And I'm not specifically calling Trump a tyrant, but our government has definitely become tyrannical in that they no longer respect the privacy or will of our citizens. as demonstrated by the Irish kicking off. Right? Like the Irish government does not respect the will of its people, even in the slightest, nor does the English government. In fact, most of the Western governments in the world do not respect the will of their citizens, because the citizens do not want, they don't want their privacy invaded. They don't want their homes taken over by, low IQ refugees, stabnigs, as they're referred to by other people. They don't want their way of life being destroyed to offer opportunities to people who weren't smart enough to keep tragedy and destruction from happening in their own country. So this is just more information about that. So anyhow, lawmakers from both parties have expressed opposition to an extension without reforms. At this stage, it remains unclear whether congressional leadership will allow proposed reforms to receive a vote, but is equally unclear whether reauthorization can move forward without reforms. So what is Section 702? Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act authorizes the government to surveil foreigners located outside the United States. Intelligence agencies identify foreign targets for surveillance and direct U.S. companies like Google, AT&T, and Verizon to turn over the target's phone calls, emails, text messages. Government does not need a court's approval to target a particular foreigner. Instead, a specialized court called the FISA court approves general procedures for the surveillance on an annual basis. So that only has to happen once a fucking year, which is just an absolute tragedy.
Yes, and
so I'm
sure that they never, ever, 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 ever spy on anyone in the UK at the request of the UK government.
Yeah, totally not. Totally not.
No.
They totally, we know how much they don't share intelligence back and forth between the UK and America, or, Germany and America, or most European countries in America, or Israel and America. Of course, that never happens.
No. There's definitely not a well-known organization of international spy agencies sharing information called Five Eyes. Definitely not.
Right. So the government may target any foreigner located outside the United States as long as a significant purpose of doing so is to obtain foreign intelligence information, broadly defined to include information related to the conduct of the foreign affairs of the United States. In other words, the government does not need to suspect the target of terrorism or any other nefarious activity to collect their communications. While the government cannot target Americans for surveillance under 702, the surveillance incidentally sweeps in Americans' communications in large volumes because Americans communicate with foreigners overseas. So like I'm doing right now, I'm communicating with foreigners overseas. Whenever you hop on a Discord call with someone who is not in your country, you're communicating with someone from overseas, and that makes you subject to the FISA court. That makes you subject to the collection of information by the under 702. Because targets themselves need not be suspected of any wrongdoing, the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board, an independent agency tasked with ensuring the federal counterterrorism efforts respect privacy and civil liberties, has emphasized that ordinary Americans,
shit job.
Right? They're right on top of it. It has emphasized that ordinary Americans may be in contact with Section 702 targets for business or personal reasons. So again, like they've said, it doesn't have to be nefarious. It doesn't have to be that, we're planning a boog or anything like that. It just has to be you're talking to them.
Mm-hmm.
And you're talking about American politics and policy. Like American policy overseas. So if you get into a Discord chat with someone talking about the war in Iran, whether you're talking about it favorably or not, you're subject to Section 702. So, for example, the government could target a foreign journalist based in London who has sources in the British government. If it believes those sources will communicate to the journalist relevant information about U.S. relations with the United Kingdom, any American in touch with that journalist, friends, family, or colleagues, would then have their private communications with the journalist swept up in the process. So how does the government use 702 as a domestic spying tool? Ordinarily, if the government wants to collect an American's private communications, it must have first obtain a warrant or a FISA Title I order, which is a type of warrant issued by the FISA court in foreign intelligence cases. According to prevent Section 702 from becoming an end run around the Fourth Amendment and FISA, Congress requires the government to minimize the retention and use of American communications that are incidentally collected and to certify to the FISA court on an annual basis that it is not using Section 702 to spy on Americans. Now, I'm sure they're really doing that in good faith.
Hold on. So the requirement is to use as little information as they think they need and to promise that they're not misusing it.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Fucking hell.
Yep, we promised. Right? Notwithstanding these mandates, once the government collects the data under Section 0702, foregoing a warrant on the ground that it is targeting only foreigners overseas, it routinely searches through that data to find Americans' phone calls, text messages, and emails. The FBI, CIA, NSA, and National Counterterrorism Center conduct literally thousands of these warrantless backdoor searches, what the government calls U.S. person queries, each year. So this is how they capture all those nudes that got leaked. Because I think that was a while ago. But some internal person at the FBI leaked a bunch of nudes that they had stolen, basically. The practice is a bait and switch that drives a gaping hole through the protections of the Fourth Amendment and FISA. Unfortunately, the FISA court, which operates very differently from regular courts and is notoriously deferential to the government, has permitted this practice, and Congress gave its own blessing when reauthorizing Section 702 in 2018. Now, since 2018, all the funding and extensions that have gone to this have been temporary. There's not been made a permanent funding, which is why we are where we are now. Supreme Court, are backdoor searches constitutional? Supreme Court has not addressed the constitutionality of backdoor searches. However, it has made clear that the Fourth Amendment, which protects against unreasonable search and seizure, requires the government to obtain a warrant to conduct a search, subject to certain narrow exceptions. Accordingly, advocates, including a Brennan Center, have long maintained that warrantless backdoor searches violate the Fourth Amendment. While the FISA court has upheld the constitutionality of backdoor searches, regularly federal courts are beginning to recognize the constitutional infirmities of this practice. 2019, a unanimous three-judge panel of the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, the only regular federal appellate court to rule on the issue, rejected the FISA court's rationale and raised constitutional concerns. 2 years later, a judge on the panel of the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals echoed those concerns. The two other judges on the panel did not address the issue. And in December 2024, a district court judge held that the Fourth Amendment requires the government to either obtain a warrant or cite an applicable exception to the warrant requirement when conducting backdoor searches. And it found that the searches at issue in the case were unconstitutional. Still, the courts are unlikely to definitively solve the constitutionality of backdoor searches in the near future because regular federal courts rarely have an opportunity to address the question. That makes it all the more important for Congress to step in and protect America's rights, which Congress, of course, is well known for doing.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, famous.
So,
how have rights first?
Right. So, how have intelligence agencies abused backdoor searches? Congress and FISA courts have attempted to place some modest limits on the government's use of backdoor searches. Intelligence agencies, and the FBI in particular, have habitually violated those limits, of course. In 2022, the FISA court observed that compliance problems with the FBI's querying of Section 702 information have proven to be persistent and widespread. Indeed, in March 2022, the government reported that more than 278,000 non-compliant searches of information obtained through FISA. Moreover,
Yeah,
from
no
2018
shit,
through
because there's no
2024,
punishments.
right? Yeah, actually, there's no like. Why would they? Why would they adhere to it? Because there's literally no recourse if they don't. Nobody's ever been held to account for abusing the rights of people. And even if the court does issue something, the DOJ just does nothing about it.
Mm-hmm.
From 2018 through 2024, the law required the FBI to obtain a warrant before conducting backdoor searches in a very small subcategory of cases involving certain criminal investigations. Despite conducting dozens of searches during that time, the FBI never once got a warrant because they operate with impunity. Compliance issues have been alarming, not only in scale, but also in substance. Recent years, the FBI has abused Section 702 to search for the communications of protesters across the political spectrum. This is how they found this is one of the ways they went after the parents arguing at the school boards, the parents wanting their children to not be abused by the schools by teaching them, tranny propaganda. This is one of the ways that they did that under the Biden administration. Protesters across the political spectrum, members of Congress, congressional chief of staff, state court judge, multiple U.S. government officials, journalists, political commentators, and 19,000 donors to a political campaign. NSA agents conducted backdoor searches directed at women on dating apps and a rental property tenant, and these improper searches underscore the threat that backdoor searches pose not only to Americans' privacy, but also to core civil liberties such as freedom of speech and association and even personal safety. So, let's see. This goes on for quite a bit. We'll skip some sections here. What can be done to protect Americans from warrantless government spying? Bipartisan sponsors have introduced bills in both the Senate and House of Representatives that would reauthorize Section 702 with reforms to protect Americans' privacy, including a requirement that government obtain a warrant or FISA Title I order to access the content of Americans' communications collected under 702, which they're already supposed to do, and they ignore that part already. So there's no fucking way that's going to matter, even if they tell them. It's kind of like, oh, what's he doing with a gun here? This is a gun-free zone.
We put up a sign saying that they weren't allowed to violate people's rights, but they keep doing it.
Right. We're going to give you a strongly worded letter. What are you going to do if we break it? We'll send another strongly worded letter. There's no teeth behind any of these, and they know it. That it's all show. So, for example, no court order would be required in an emergency if the subject of the search provided consent, e.g., where the purpose of the search is to identify potential victims, or where the search is designed to identify the targets of a cyber attack.
That sounds broad.
Yeah. Would a warrant requirement harm national security? National security value of backdoor searches is modest at best, and would not be undermined by a warrant requirement. The government has provided multiple examples in which. Go for it.
Would a warrant requirement harm national security? Well, considering that they can't stop a single fucking thing without needing a warrant.
Yeah.
What is the fucking point in living in Orwell's totalitarian surveillance state if we can't even stop actual fucking crime?
Right.
Like, stopping the government from spying on all their fucking citizens isn't going to hurt national security if they can't stop crime while spying on all their fucking citizens.
No. It's going to change nothing. Because they're not using this for national security. Like, we hear all the fucking time about, oh, this Chinese lab discovered in Las Vegas, right? Like this underground Chinese lab, these Chinese researchers are smuggling in toxic spores, just all sorts of shit like that happens. I mean, hell, nobody mentions Fang Fang when this shit comes up.
Right.
Members of our Congress being actively compromised by Chinese spies. That's never been subject. These guys didn't use that to figure that out. And she got away with state secrets for God knows how long, and she was never arrested. Nothing happened to her. So the government has provided multiple examples in which surveillance of foreign targets under 702 provided key information about cyber attacks, espionage, and fentanyl tracking. By contrast, it has cited very few examples in which backdoor searches have been useful. So they use these backdoor searches all the time, and they've never been proven useful for anything but pushing a political agenda and not actually keeping anyone safe. It's part of this is also how they picked up a lot of the J6 protesters. So what happens if Congress doesn't reauthorize Section 02 by June 12th? Although the statute is scheduled to expire on June 12th, Section 702 surveillance operates under year-long certifications by the FISA court. So they got their authorization in like January. They don't need to worry, or they got it last June, probably after the 12th. So they don't need to worry about it for next year. So
they go to March 27th.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If I just kept reading there. Law makes it clear that these certifications and directives issued by two companies under them are grandfathered. They remain valid until their expiration date, even if the underlying statute expires. The FISA court approved the most recent certifications in 26, locking in Section 702 until March 2027. Yeah. Some supporters are of a straight reauthorization have nonetheless expressed concerns that companies that provide communication services might refuse to turn over targets communications to the government if the underlying law is expired. However, assisting the government with Section 702 surveillance isn't voluntary. Companies are served with directives, and if they fail to comply with a valid directive, they face fines of $250,000 per day or more. FISA court can compel compliance as it did in 2008 when a company refused to cooperate during a brief lapse of the statutory authority. And because the FISA court in that case resolved the legal question of whether companies must continue to comply with existing directives during statutory lapse, companies would risk heavy fines for flouting settled law, something they are highly unlikely to do.
Unconstitutional. A secret court has decided that its authority continues regardless of whether there's law to back it up.
Right.
Jesus wept. And this is America, the only the closest thing to a free country we have.
Right. So it's the illusion. The illusion of freedom.
At least you guys still have the illusion.
Yeah. So I've got this article from the AP talking about, because it did expire, they failed to reauthorize it. This is a Washington surveillance tool seen as vital, preventing terrorist attacks and catching foreign spies, set to expire Friday, which it did. And I'm so tired of the terror attacks. It's terror attacks. And every time there is an actual terrorist attack, they fucking very seldomly call it a terrorist attack. Did they call it a terrorist attack when those guys when those Muslim dudes shot the National Guard people in DC? They didn't call it a terrorist attack. Like, it was literally a terrorist attack when guys fucking, go in and scream Allahu Akbar while shooting people or driving through a fucking crowd of people. They didn't call that a terrorist attack. And in fact, the media covers for them so heavily. Like, when they said, oh, the SUV drove through crowd. The SUV killed all those people. Oh, you mean not the black supremacist that was driving it? Like, oh, that's not terror. So anyhow. So this goes through allows for sweeping powers to sift through foreign communications. Let's see, that's not, okay. Okay, so here's the part of it that's the holdup. The holdup this time is tied to pushback over acting intelligence pick Bill Pulte. Democrats balked when Trump picked Bill Pulte to serve as acting national intelligence director after Tulsi Gabbard stepped down. Refused to support a FISA extension until the selection was withdrawn. Pulte, a Trump loyalist with no known national security experience, has set off alarms by using his perch as director of the Federal Housing and Finance Agency to facilitate dubious mortgage fraud investigations of perceived Trump adversaries. So they say this, but really what he's looking into is FHA loans given to illegal migrants. So the Democrats are pissed off because this guy's actually investigating FHA loans that were given fraudulently under the Biden administration to illegal migrants. So that was another bit of news that came out this week, and I don't have an article pulled up on it, but it turns out that they were giving FHA loans to illegals, not just to refugees, but to actually illegal people. In some cases, zero down loans given to people who have either overstayed their visa or are otherwise in this country illegally, with interest rates as low as 2%. So there's some migrant shitheel, or not migrant, some illegal invader shitheel coming into your country, getting a loan from our government at a better mortgage rate than an actual legitimate citizen could get. And what happens if they stop paying that mortgage and just fuck off back to their home country? Nothing.
Meanwhile,
and in fact, that's
the
a huge.
Meanwhile, the average American can go get fucked.
Right.
Are you eligible for a 0% down, 2% interest loan, Dave?
Not even a little bit. And what this effectively does is just drive up the price of housing.
Yeah.
Because one, like, it makes houses, like, quote unquote, more valuable, but also when those people default on those loans, which they inevitably will do, especially H-1B people, that's a big problem in the credit industry, is that H-1B people will get credit cards, and then when they know their visa is expiring and they're not staying, they'll just max out their credit cards.
Why
they'll
not?
max out, they'll get like $20,000 or $30,000 worth of credit cards, max them out, and then fuck off back to India, because what's Visa gonna do? Right? Like, what's MasterCard gonna do? What's American Express gonna do? They're gonna fucking trek over to the shitty streets of Mumbai and shake this guy down for that money? No. He's not coming back, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, Bobcat says in chat, legal immigrants are also eligible for $200,000 business loans that Americans can't get.
What a load of
Absolutely,
shit.
Yeah, it's absolutely traitorous behavior. And
200,000 is nowhere near enough for me to start a gun manufacturing company and hire the two of you.
It just goes to show why there's a boogaloo in fucking Ireland and why there needs to be one everywhere.
Yeah, because the illegals are getting free shit hand over fist. Meanwhile, the fucking natives, Dinko's up in the UK. Poor Dinko's trying to raise a fucking kid and keep two adults alive on the absolute fucking pittance they get from the UK government, while Dinko still has to fucking pay tax on the income she gets from doing her editing work.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, she was lucky enough to get into fucking, I think she's in the equivalent of council housing, but she's still got to pay a bunch of money for that. She's got to pay all the other bills. And they're harassing her, being like, oh, put your kid in daycare and get a job, which is interesting because it costs like $1,000 a fucking week or fortnight to put a kid in daycare. So more than Dinko I'd be earning, let alone paying in tax. That's what the government wants to give to these fucking childcare centers that are staffed by immigrants. But meanwhile, the fucking immigrants, free housing, free this, free that, free everything, and no fucking expectation to get a fucking job. And then they do illegal work under fucking Uber or something.
Right. Well, they're doing off the books work, but then also they're committing massive amounts of fucking fraud. You know, that's of course been a huge thing in the news, is the amount of fraud that is actually being committed in these child care schemes, you know, in these Medicare schemes, and God knows what else. Okay, so the House voted this week. House vote this week that would have temporarily extended the program collapsed, with 19 Republicans and nearly all Democrats rejecting the temporary measure on a 198 to 218 basis. A Senate effort to approve its own version also failed. After those votes, Trump's announced that he was tapping Jay Clayton, the U.S. attorney in Manhattan, who previously served as chairman of the SEC, as his permanent pick for director of national intelligence. The pick was warmly received by Capitol Hill, but it was not enough to break the impasse before Friday's scheduled expiration. And that just means they're going to reauthorize it here, and the next time around they go to vote. Connecticut Representative Jim Himes, the top Democrat of the House Intelligence Committee, said that he has known and respected Clayton for decades, and that he had been tapped weeks ago. Had he been tapped weeks ago, lots of pain might have been avoided. Which is just another way to say the swamp protects the swamp, and bringing in another swamp creature would have made it a lot easier. The next step for the spy powers provision before the congressional votes, Republican Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton, chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, and Iowa Senator Chuck Grassley, chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, had warned the Trump administration to prepare for a potential significant gap in foreign intelligence collection. Other lawmakers since then have voiced similarly dire concerns. The expiration is likely to be the first meaningful lapse of Section 702 since the law was created more than 15 years ago and this was after the Patriot Act, but it's really related to it. In 2024, the Senate barely missed its midnight deadline before voting to approve a bill that was signed by President Joe Biden, a Democrat, creating a brief lapse. Despite this year's sunset of the statute, there's no expectation of any immediate halt to intelligence collection, as the U.S. hosts a series of events this summer with potential national security concerns, including the World Cup and festivities surrounding the 250th birthday of the United States. A March opinion from the secretive Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court certified that program's renewal for another 12 months, meaning that 702's authority is expected to remain intact through then. Even so, it's conceivable that without congressional reauthorization, communication companies forced to provide data to the government under the law could try to cease that compliance and argue that they cannot be compelled to cooperate. Now, we covered in the other article how that's not... Like, this is bullshit. They could try to not comply with it, but they're going to comply anyways, and they can be compelled under threat of fine, which, you know, Google's not going to risk a $250,000 a day fine for anybody except for their executives, and even then it would be specious. So I've got what is the ODNI releases April 24 FISC opinion on FISA 702, and this is a short one, so we'll run through this one real quick, and then I'll move on to another subject that's more local to me. So this is November 12th, 2024. Today, the ODNI is in consultation. Fuck, I can't talk. In consultation with the Department of Justice, is publicly releasing an April 2024 Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court opinion with redactions, which approves the annual certification made by the DNI, the AG, pursuant to Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, the associated targeting, minimization, and querying procedures. The April 2024 Fisk opinion was issued prior to the reauthorization of 702 on April 20th, 2024, and therefore does not discuss the Reforming Intelligence and Securities Act, America Act, and how the government is implementing the new legislation. Among other things, this opinion states that the Federal Bureau of Investigation's continued implementation of remedial measures has improved the FBI's compliance with the query standard. So I'm going to press X to doubt on that one. Under FISA Section 702, the government may annually submit one or more certifications to the FISC, which specify the categories of foreign intelligence, blah, blah, blah. We've already gone through this. Let's see. God, that's just one long run-on sentence. The government proposed no changes to any of the targeting, minimization, and querying procedures except for additions to the FBI querying procedures that provided more robust privacy protections, including for U.S. persons. The FISC approved the certifications in the above referenced memorandum, opinion, and order issued on April 4th, 2024. FBI compliance. The FISC finds the FBI's querying procedures have been revised in ways that improve compliance and enhance privacy protections. For example, the 2024 FBI querying procedures require users to enter a written statement of the specific factual basis to believe that the query is reasonable, likely to retrieve foreign intelligence or evidence of a crime prior to querying Section 702 information using United States person query term. See Section 4B FBI querying procedures. The 2024 FBI querying procedures also require private approval for 3 categories of queries presenting heightened privacy concerns. Queries using a term that is reasonably believed to identify a U.S. elected official, appointee of either the president or state or territorial governor, U.S. political candidate, U.S. political organization, or individual prominent in such organization, or U.S. news media, unclassified organization, or members of the U.S. news media. See Section 4D1, FBI querying procedures. Queries using a term reasonably believed to identify U.S. religious organizations or individuals prominent in such organizations or individual organizations, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Tired of reading that shit. So the CIA, the FISC considered a new CIA capability that is designed to enable the more efficient processing of 702 information in a manner that does not involve query, and found that is likely to be implemented in a manner consistent with statutory Fourth Amendment requirements. So just more bullshit business as usual, and they're going to use that to continue to spy on Americans. But for now, the funding for this has not been approved. The temporary funding has not been approved as of Friday when it expired. So I'm sure a stopgap measure will come out next week. But as it stands right now, the Democrats, out of spite, did something right for a change and voted against the spying, the government's ability to spy on Americans.
A miracle.
Yeah, they accidentally got something right. So, moving on to something a little more local here. And I know we've covered it before that the Idaho started, or they passed a law earlier this year which made firing squads the primary form of execution in Idaho, which makes Idaho one of 27 other states that have the firing squad as a method of execution. And the provision was set to go into effect on July 1st. And so now it's about to go into effect. And of course, there's going to be media spurging out about it. And the Statesman is a shit lib rag based here in Boise. And so, of course, they're going to talk about it. So Got some information here on that. Trained members of the Idaho law enforcement with demonstrated firearms proficiency are expected to fill slots for carrying out the death penalty by firing squad as the state prison system transitions to the controversial execution method next month. 6 volunteers certified for no less than 3 years apiece through the Peace Officer Standards and Training, or POST, will be recruited to ensure that Idaho Department of Corrections is ready to comply with state law that prioritizes shooting prisoners to death over lethal injection starting July 1st. No one on the team may have faced disciplinary actions over firearms, use of force, or related conduct over the prior year, according to new execution protocols the prison system released this week. So these are very rare. It's very rare for people to face a disciplinary action over firearms within the Department of Corrections, because the Department of Corrections doesn't use firearms very often. Of course, they're trained with them, but they don't want a gun in the prison environment.
Yeah, but it sounds like
they don't
they're
want to
opening
introduce
it
a
to
gun.
law enforcement in general, so they might get some cops in applying.
They might, but again, that actually, it's still pretty rare, especially here in Idaho. State prison leadership has sought to avoid needing to rely on volunteers among correction officers to pull the trigger. So here, IDOC director Bree Derrick, which this woman fucking sucks. She's going so soft on the women prison. It's absolutely retarded. She's really bringing in this HR managerial culture into the Department of Corrections that prevents holding prisoners to account, or holding female prisoners to account. I can't speak to the men. I know the men face far harsher correction and punishment than the women do, but from what I've heard,
she no doubt hates men.
Yeah, well, from what I understand, they're hard pressed to hold women accountable for anything in the prison system anymore. In fact, I've heard they're going to open up a fucking nail salon at the women's prison where my son works. Yeah, right. The agency explored the possibility of a remote operated system as Idaho becomes the only U.S. state with a firing squad as its lead execution method, but one did not come to fruition. It left IDOC to instead devise a human firing squad. The Idaho Department of Corrections recognizes the gravity of carrying out a court-ordered execution and the responsibility that comes with it. Derrick said in a statement to the Idaho Statesman, department is committed to fulfilling a responsibility with professionalism, respect, and strict adherence to the law. Our procedures are designed to ensure that any execution is conducted in a secure, orderly, and dignified manner while safeguarding the rights of all individuals involved and maintaining the safety and security of staff, witnesses, and the public. Firing squad will consist of 3 primary shooters and 2 alternates, with a team leader who will check, maintain, and load a live round for each of the IDOC-owned rifles used for execution. None of the team members may have a blood or legal relationship to the condemned prisoner or their family, or the victims or their relatives. The identities of all firing squad members will be confidential per state law. The only 2 people allowed to know their names are the state prisons director and the deputy prisons chief. During marksman testing from a minimum of 7 yards away, each member chosen must be able to hit a similar shaped and sized target at a similar height as the one that will be used during an execution without missing. During the execution, the 3-member firing squad will shoot the seated prisoner from a distance of approximately 10 yards, Department spokesman Ryan Morton said by email. Failure to accurately hit the specific target with 1 round from each IDOC-provided firearm disqualifies the volunteer from selection, reads the Idaho Execution Standard Operated Procedure approved by Derrick. 3 shooters will be positioned behind a protective wall with a 1-foot opening through which they'll fire the rifles at the prisoner, Mortensen said. The intent is to limit the firing squad's exposure to the execution area and minimize the effects of those involved in the process. IDOC has yet to determine whether the shooters will be seated or standing. State prisons has already purchased 5 AR-style Daniel Defense DD5-P308 caliber rifles, equipped with scopes, suppressors, and bipods for use by its firing squad. Mortensen, the DD5P is technically a pistol, but is referred to as a rifle in the IDOC protocols. The cost with accessories per firearm was $4,844, a total of more than $24,000. That's a healthy chunk of change.
But you'll be able to use them for hundreds and hundreds of criminals.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, those will last for a long time, especially if they're only shooting one round out of them every, shit. We haven't had an execution here for a long time.
Too long, some might say.
Way too long. Particular rifle model includes component designed to reduce recoil and is engineered for reliability in demanding conditions, from the manufacturer's website. The work to retrofit the execution chamber for a firing squad at the state's maximum security prison south of Boise started in May 25 and is now finished. Mortensen said construction cost more than $900,000, with another $314,000 spent on design and engineering for a project total cost of more than $1.2 million.
Only $1.2 million, and only a year.
Which is not bad, honestly, but
under
it was an
and under a
existing
year. That's impressive for the government,
right? Well, and when we talked about the people who were protesting the engineering firm that designed it, and so those guys did a good job. They engineered. Can't say constructed. Retrofit is the right way to say it, because the building was it was a pre-existing building and they just retrofit it for this purpose. In 2023, the Idaho legislature dedicated $750,000 to complete the renovations when it passed a bill that made firing squad the state's backup execution method after a failed attempt by lethal injection in 2024 on that horrible murdering piece of shit Thomas Creech, who's been on death row for 50 fucking years now. They need to just take that guy out and put 2 in the back of his head and call it good.
Yeah, I don't know why they need to hire like 6 dudes. Like, shit, give me a green card and I'll fucking do it myself. I'll pay for the ammo too.
Yeah. Well, they're volunteers, it's people volunteering to do it, which
volunteering
I'm sure
to be
there's
paid
no
to do it.
shortage.
I'd do it for a green card.
Well, right. Okay. So, state, blah, blah, blah. Okay. The firing squad, we'll skip that. Idaho is one of 27 U.S. states with the death penalty and one of 5 with firing squads as a permitted execution method. The others are Mississippi, Oklahoma, South Carolina, and Utah. South Carolina executed 3 death row prisoners by firing squad last year.
Based.
The first of their kind since Utah last performed one in June of 2010. Yeah, based. Good on South Carolina. Robin Mayer, executive director of the Washington, D.C.-based nonprofit Death Penalty Information Center, which tracks capital punishment in the United States, takes no position on the practice, noted concerns about the return of the firing squad in some states. Every new execution method in history has been introduced with the promise that it will be foolproof and more humane than the previous method, Mayer said by email.
Because people give a shit about the well-being of scum that deserve execution.
Right. Unfortunately, those promises have always been broken. Idaho officials have, here, I'll read this how it should be read. Every new execution method in history has introduced with the promise that it will be foolproof and more humane than the previous method. Mayor said by email, unfortunately, those promises have always been broken. Idaho officials have invested more than $1 million taxpayer dollars to implement a firing squad, a method of execution that is already proven to be as flawed as any other. Okay. So fuck
firstly,
that person.
firing squads aren't proven to be flawed. You can't beat a 12 gauge at point blank.
Right. You know, when the goal is to kill the person, I mean, unless you miss, then he's still taking
well,
3
that's
rounds.
what the officer's for anyway.
Right.
Coup de grace.
They're still taking 3 fucking rounds. So even if one of them misses, he's still going to get hit by 2 ostensibly.
Yeah, and
it's very unlikely to fail.
And they're going to put a target on the heart and blah, blah, blah. And also, it's not going to fail if they don't try and save his life. It's not fucking difficult.
Right.
You shoot him in the heart 3 times and you leave him there.
Yeah, let him bleed out.
Just leave him strapped
8
to the
prisoners
chair,
are
go
on
get
Idaho.
lunch.
Right. Yeah, we'll come back and check on him in like 15 or 20 minutes. That's what they need to do. 8 prisoners are on Idaho's death row, including 7 men and 1 woman, all convicted of murder. Idaho has not executed a prisoner in 14 years. Last carrying out the death penalty by lethal injection in June 2025 or 2012. Federal Defender Services of Idaho, a legal nonprofit that represents the majority of the state's death row prisoners, declined to comment about the new firing squad protocols. Good, because nobody gives a fuck what those idiots say anyways. Republican governor or Rhino Cuck Brad Little, who seeks a 3rd term this November, signed both firing squad bills into law. 2025 bill delayed implementation, so IDOC had time to rebuild its execution chamber. While I'm signing this bill, it's important to point out that fulfilling justice can and must be done by minimizing stress on corrections personnel, which I 100% agree with. The biggest way to minimize stress on corrections personnel would be to get rid of the murderers.
Don't fuck us about for 50 fucking years. Just do the trial. Do maybe 1 appeal just to make sure, because you can't trust the government. Make it take less than a year, and then done.
Yep.
Though I am also partial to the convict, walk out front of courthouse, stick on gallows, drop, done method.
Yeah. Yeah. Short walk and a long drop.
In fact, I'm not above having the defendant sit in the box with the noose on a trapdoor the whole time, waiting for the verdict. Guilty, thunk, done.
Right.
Everyone, go home.
Okay. So we'll skip that. Bonneville County Sheriff Sergeant Brian Lovell serves as president of the Idaho Fraternal Order of Police. He has yet to review IDOC's firing squad standard operating procedure, but said it's a misconception that members of law enforcement are better suited to handle shooting details, namely for state-sanctioned executions. I don't want people to convolute things about why people become cops. Well, he's just trying to say that it's not because... So this is the thrust. I don't want people to convolute things about why people become cops, including for carrying out an execution. He said in a phone interview, it's not the goal. It's very far from any duties that any law enforcement would be involved in, which is not true, but that's why he says it. He doesn't want leftist agitators to latch onto that narrative that, oh, you just became a cop because you want to kill people. It's like, well, some people that's definitely true, but
we can get a lot of bullets.
Well, but that's the thing, though, is they don't need to actually join a firing squad to execute people. Happens all the fucking time, and they get away with it. I mean, shit, they did it to Henry Novak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Police train for the possibility of using deadly force in rare circumstances to mitigate danger to themselves and the public, and separately to help others through emergencies, Lavelle said. Police are not uniquely qualified from prison guards or correction officers to process their own emotions as it relates to trauma from the high-stress environment inside the prison system.
Oh,
And
boo-hoo.
I totally agree with this, and honestly, I think that the guards in the maximum security prisons and shit like that face a bit more stress than a lot of the police do on a daily basis.
Well, the
On
guards
the daily
don't
basis,
get to walk
most
around
police are
armed.
writing. Right. And they are around, like the cops are around normal citizens. And
Yep.
normal citizens that they often turn into criminals through the police's actions, not because the people are actually criminals
through
themselves.
provoking them and criminalizing normal human activity. Contempt of
Right.
cop being a classic one.
Yeah, exactly. But the guards are they're volunteering to monitor the actively criminal population,
Mhm.
the actual fucking criminals. So let's go see. The firing squad rehearsals will include both live fire and dry fire sessions. Weekly trainings will go into effect once a death warrant is issued, and at least 4 trainings and 2 rehearsals will take place in the 2 days before the scheduled execution, according to the new protocols. No later than 11 p.m. the night before the execution, the condemned person will be offered a mild sedative. Once no later than 4 hours before they are scheduled to die. The document reads, prisoner will be escorted into the execution chamber and strapped to the execution chair with restraints. Target will be affixed to the prisoner's chest directly over their heart. Firing squad plan details that the prison director will read the condemned person's death warrant aloud and grant them a chance at any last words. An eye covering will be provided to the prisoner if they request it. Firing squad team leader will then begin a cadence for the 3 shooters to fire the rifles, each loaded with a magazine with a single 308 110 grain TAP round in unison to the target. Direct will wait up to 2 minutes while the medical team leader watches for any signs of life on an EKG or ECG. And the director, under consultation, can order a second volley of fire if the prisoner, if needed, before sending in the on-site county coroner to pronounce time of death. With 3 weeks until the law takes effect and following updates to the prison, policy development, and operational planning, IDOC is nearly ready to implement firing squad executions for the first time in the state of Idaho. The department will be prepared to carry out an execution order after July 1st, he said.
Well, I'm looking very much forward to hearing about the execution of that piece of shit sometime in July.
Yep. God damn, no shit. Mm-hmm. So this is just a truncation of what I already read.
Yeah. Key takeaways.
Yeah, that's just a summary. So that's the update on the white pill, that Idaho actually does something correct for a change. There's been, if I'm honest, there's been a lot of easy W's by the government, by the Idaho State Senate this year.
Meanwhile,
and
female mayors are ruining it.
Right? Yeah.
There's a lot of that going around.
Yeah, no shit. But they issued, they updated that statute to issue actual penalties to compel our shit lib mayor here to actually follow the state law. They've implemented the bathroom ban, which will keep men out of women's bathrooms. And also they've implemented measures to keep boys out of girls' sports. So there's been a lot of W's, there's been a lot of wins. Super easy, low-hanging fruit ones. Our legislature has still flatly refused to address anything involving immigration and the hordes of refugees, illegitimate refugees, and illegal migrants in our state. But we're halfway there. So so that's what I got. Those are my two things. That gives us about an hour and a half to spurg out about the War Museum stuff. If you want to jump over to that, Bez.
Yep. Yes, I do.
Okay.
Let me just get everything rejiggered. All right. We should be back over to my screen. So, yes, as mentioned earlier, Mr. Trim is not with us today because the fucker's off in Poland visiting a country that actually believes in borders.
Right. It does a good job of actually protecting their borders.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they are still infested by the blight that is modern architecture. But
well,
we'll forgive them
that brutalist architecture did kind of invade a lot of their spaces, and then of course the European modern bullshit has taken over.
Yeah,
it's taken over building design.
Glass buildings. Oh, we care about the environment, so we've decided to make all the walls out of glass. Okay, retard.
Yeah, that's all right, retard. That's about the best response to it.
Yeah.
Sure thing, idiot.
Yeah. So we'll go through. Trim got a lot of very cool things photographed. And I've had to go through all of these photos already. Remove a few that are just so blurry it's impossible, and do a bit of face blurring. Because the goddamn public kept getting in Trim's way.
How dare the public get in the way of people taking pictures in public?
Yep. Here's some
the
more of
public
that
are a bunch
fucking
of
modern
assholes.
architecture. So what was that about brutalism again? Massive fucking concrete walls.
Yep.
So here we have propaganda, presumably.
Nice. I got to remind myself that I can't zoom in on your screen. Clicked on it to zoom in. Is like, oh yeah, it doesn't work that way.
So here we have one of the colossal pieces of shit that the world would have been better off without.
Oh yeah.
So I think this is Russian propaganda. Oh yeah, communists chasing out the monarchy, revolution. Oh, the October Revolution. That helps.
Yeah. So that's not Polish writing on there.
Nope. Yeah, we've got a bit more here as well. Oh, there's a classic one there. Yeah, Trim did take some videos of this section. Unfortunately, some fuckhead walked straight in front of him. Put his entire fucking face in the video. Here we have a hand mill from a village in the Ukraine. Jesus Christ, we've come a long way.
Jesus.
Still living
and yet
like
still more
medieval
advanced
serfs.
than certain sub-Saharan countries.
Right. Some more Soviet propaganda. So that apparently
Is that Keir Starmer?
Yes. No, Keir Starmer doesn't have a mustache, I don't think. Or does he? I can't remember. He is a piece of shit, though.
He should.
Yeah, so Joseph Stalin had a 5-year plan board game.
Wow.
The player who meets the goals of the 5-year plan first is the winner. I'm not sure how this works, but I think it might just be that basic shit. A bit just shit. Impressive.
Yeah. Huh.
How'd that 5-year plan work out for you? Oh, yeah, people are still trying to recover from it.
Gulag.
Yep. Here we have the filthy little rat. Like, he really is a little rat bastard, isn't he?
Yeah.
Fucking
Yeah.
Lenin. Some more propaganda art. Here we have a stabby thing. Also, for those who are familiar with Australia, Albanese fascist. Yes, seems accurate.
It's a fancy little dress bayonet.
Mm-hmm. Here we have a catalogue for the exhibition of the fascist revolution. Yes, we know all about that. I believe we call that the European Union.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here we have some just assorted stuff. Joined Italian and Third Reich flags during Hitler's official visit in 1938. God damn it! Which one of you posted that? That's very distracting. Oh dear. Yes. We'll come back to that. Yeah, during Hitler's official visit in 1938, Rome was decorated with symbols like that one. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure what that is, but it's fucking hideous. So, something about the fascists. Il Douche. The douche.
El Duce. Douchey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the douche.
Although I prefer for Obama, I used to call him Chumpy Obamalini or Il Douche.
Seems accurate. Does this go full screen in any way? Not really. That's unhelpful. Oh well. Yeah, Il Douchebag. A Fiat 508C. So, well, that's supposed to have
But
another
no
picture with it.
actual.
No, I think that was
image
one of the
of the
ones that
508.
was just a vaguely red blur. Meanwhile, here's the Nazi section. Can you tell?
Popular as always.
All those bloody filthy tourists getting in Trim's way. Speaking of speaking of communists, it's Shitler. More Shitler. Let's talk about how America has a building like that.
Right.
Where is it again? Is it fucking at the Pentagon or something? There's some government building in America that they really don't like to admit is in that shape.
I'm trying to remember. No, it's not the Pentagon.
I thought it was attached to it or something. American government lost sticker building. I'm certain they have one.
Probably like some congressional office building annex.
Naval Amphibious Base Coronado.
Oh, that makes sense.
They upseed. And of course, a bunch of commie retards crying about it. Oops. Apparently, there's also a few other buildings. There's one in Alabama and a few other things. But like, that is an excellent. That is a practical way to construct a building. Unfortunately, you couldn't look at the fucking floor plan and see that a bunch of idiots were going to scream about that. Oh dear. I'm not sure I'm allowed to comment on this. Other than to say sus. Just for the retards just for any retards that might be hanging out in the comment section.
Yes.
More things I probably shouldn't comment on.
Well, there's a work pass on the right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh no, it's worse than that. It's a proof of ethnic ancestry.
Oh.
Beginning in 1933, all state employees in Germany. See, this time Trim remembered to actually get the thing and the sign.
So it wasn't an up there pass.
Not this time. Here's some medals. Danzig. That's
Polish military medals, if I remember right.
Oh, the Mother's Cross. Actually, I think it is possibly.
Tell you.
I think it's attached to that based on. I think that's what it is. Did you know that? Fuck, not the Mongolia has a similar medal that they give to people that left the fucking country and shat out children in other countries.
uh,
Yes, that is the Mother's Cross.
okay, it looks very similar to the Cross of Valor, but
I mean, it's
think the ribbon
Germany.
is-
They're very autistic.
No.
They find a shape they like and they stick to it.
But this is Polish.
Yeah.
Poles, Germans.
Well,
they have a very close relationship.
No, this is this is the Hitler section of the museum.
Oh.
So it is German, but they've got a few things other than just Polish stuff in this museum, like that. And
Is that an ornament?
I think it is. That is literally a Christmas ornament, I think.
Oh,
Jesus.
This is also one of the ones where it's like, hey, Trim, did you know that glass is reflective? Here is what looks like Hitler Youth uniform or something very similar.
Kind of, but the
League of German Girls uniform. Basically the same thing.
Yep.
It's the Girl Scouts, but for Nazis. Which, to be fair, I think was the Girl Scouts in Germany.
Yeah.
Some soldier's tools by the looks of it. A trenching tool and a hat.
Yep.
And the fucking exit sign. Dear museums, don't use double glazed fucking glass. Use the fat glass that doesn't have those internal reflections. Here's some Hitler's favorites.
Yes. She directed Triumph of the Will.
Oh yeah, Leni Riefenstahl. Yeah.
Yeah. Here is a reproduction street front. There is apparently also one of those at the Western Approaches Museum in England, which is where they did the wargaming for the Battle of the Atlantic.
Interesting.
Some more German army kit.
Hold on, go back. So that's a First World War helmet. And I can't tell much about the rest other than it looks like it could be an interwar item too. So
Yeah, it looks like toys, like your standard garden variety. Are those toys or models? Because there is a
Toys.
slight difference. Yeah, probably toys. Probably made out of real lead. That's got to be Hitler Youth.
yes.
Which, funnily enough, same color scheme.
Mm-hmm. Little lunch pail.
Yep. Yes, the racial community. See, Germans are what happens when you take a good idea and autism it past common sense.
Yeah.
Much like their engineering. You take a good idea and then you autism it past common sense. Some more of those things here. Yeah, that's that.
Still. All right, you see the little bottles on the far right with the little white bottles?
Yeah.
You can still buy those. Even in the US, you can get those.
Well, there you go.
It's called Ode Oil. It's literally tooth oil. It's kind of a breath mint, freshening mouthwash kind of thing.
Well, there you go. Who'd have thought of such a thing? Yeah, just a random storefront. with some Polish propaganda. Another, yeah, just another storefront. Matches, I believe.
It could matches, cigarettes,
That's
tobacco.
matches.
It's hard
Yeah.
to say.
Some books.
Polish uniforms.
Yeah, Polish uniforms. That's not Polish.
No, very Japanese looking.
Yeah, it's a Shinganto sword. Because you can't, because all fucking museums are run by fucking academics, and they're all fucking obsessed with everything. Like, come on, you're the Polish museum. Like the Polish Japanese crossover in World War II is not great. Actually, if there were any Japanese in World War II, they would have been the Nisei. Though I don't think they went into Poland. I think they blitzed through them in the direction of Berlin. Honestly,
Yeah, no, the Nisei ended up primarily in Italy.
yeah, I think so. Definitely not Poland.
No.
And which piece of shit was that that decided that the Constitution didn't apply to American citizens based on the country of their parents' birth?
Origin? Yeah. Oh, good. The bestest president ever, according to historians, FDR.
Yes. Oh, okay. The only president to revoke people's human rights based on the country of their origin.
Mm-hmm. Funny that.
Yeah. Tojo, I think that is. Bit of a problem child. Children in uniform. In Japan, military men served as government ministers, often prime ministers. In the 1920s, radicals assassinated numerous civilian politicians. From an early age, Japanese were indoctrinated in the code of the military and were sacrificed to the empire. Again, much like the Germans, you take a good idea and then you autism it straight into ridiculousness.
And the little 22 training rifles that they all have are wildly valuable and expensive now.
I bet. None of them are alive now. None of them are probably, they were all starved to death 6 months after the photo was taken. Movies?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just trying to figure out if they're like crappily dubbed versions of movies I might have heard of. Don't know. Yeah, some more propaganda posters. More communist propaganda. Or I can't tell if that's pro or anti.
Anti. Yeah, something the red.
Yeah.
Oh, Spanish Civil War stuff.
Oh, that would make sense.
Yeah.
Again, what the fuck's that doing in the relevant side in Poland? Some Hitler stuff.
Yep.
What the fuck is going on up there?
I couldn't tell you. And I won't.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Some Czechoslovak army equipment. Model 37. If trim's in the right box. Some more photos.
Like Poland going to war.
The mustache man.
Neville Chamberlain. Yeah.
Yeah.
Other the loser mustache man and the other mustache man.
Which one was the loser again?
Chamberlain.
That mate, yes.
The appeaser.
Yep.
Yeah.
Never should have done that. Should have invaded while they were trying to build the fucking Bismarck. Now here's some fucking propaganda, right?
Yeah.
1938, apparently, is the date on it.
Makes sense. And Polish military pride was very
Oh,
high.
yeah,
at that
here we
time.
go. The Polish Army's occupation of Zolvi something, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Some random map that you can't see shit of because A, it's a map the size of a wall, and B, it's behind glass. Ah, now here's the where it gets really interesting. Do you know what this is, Bleach?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Well, it's a border marker, though you could probably
It's an
guess that
FD
part.
brick.
Yeah. I'm guessing this
Alrighty,
is,
Monkey, catch
something
you
tied
later.
in with the Brandenburgers. Yeah.
No, not quite. It is the Free City Gdansk Danzig border marker. Now, if the order of these pictures is correct, in the next couple, there's some really cool shit. Oh, here's another one. Border stuff. Here we go. Uniform and equipment of a Gdansk policeman.
Yes.
Now we're getting somewhere. It's just stamps and things. Holy shit, how much do you reckon those stamps are worth?
Probably enough to buy another treadmill for you.
Yep. Some Polish books of some description. A box of margarine, also known as a war crime.
Yeah. They started early.
Yeah. Oh, there's a seal stamp. A couple of other things that a passport or papers of some kind.
It could actually that is a police ID document. If I remember, if I remember
here we
that
go.
correctly.
Documents and a Jewish child. So a passport of Karl Rum, one of the Jewish children, placed on children's transport that left Gdansk in 1939. There you go. Trim remembered the picture. Good job, Trim. Hitler-Stalin collusion. Yeah, Molotov Ribbentrop.
Yeah.
Ribbentrop. Which the modern communists will say definitely didn't happen.
Speaking of,
that's some of the pictures that I had to remove were like this quality or even worse. This one I left in because you can tell what's going on, but it's been blurred to shit. And this one is why I left it in. So let's go matching one. Some ration documents, I believe these are some ration coupons and things.
Yeah, ration coupons or pay books.
Yeah, here we go. British ration book. Some propaganda. Yeah, food vouchers, more propaganda. Where? Here we go.
Okay, part of a rifle. Oh, the Battle of the Westerplatte.
Yeah, photo album.
Yeah,
boat.
The Schleswig-Holstein.
Yeah, that was the remains of Polish Mauser Model 29. Henryk Sukarski, commander of the military transit depot on the something or other peninsula, detained after its surrender. In recognition of the heroism of its crew, the Germans allowed Thingy to retain his saber. After being released in 1945, he served in the Polish Second Corps in Italy. Defenders of Westerplatte. There you go.
Yep.
Now,
Elements of some sort.
Yeah.
Maybe shooting awards.
I think these are the ones that you're really gonna like, Bleach.
Go on.
Because these are objects associated with the Postal Military Training Program.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because they had like basically armed postmen.
Yes. In fact, the first battle, one of the first battles of World War II, really, was the free city of what was it? Danzig. The Danzig post office. In fact, the first Germans killed were by postmen at the Danzig post office. Fat Electrician has a bit more of a video about it, I believe. Oh, Madge is off as well. Have a good one, Madge.
Yep.
Later, man.
So diplomas, 2 to 6 certificates and medals awarded to the postal military training competitions.
Yeah, because if I remember right, and this is a bit of a stretch, but it was like something like 60 postmen against the Danzig police. Basically, they had like some armored the Germans brought in some armored cars eventually.
Yeah, not the police. I think they actually rolled in the SS. And
okay, well, yeah,
because they
originally pre-SS.
Yeah, something like that. They rolled in expecting wanting to take the building mostly intact because old building, and they're still working under the pretense of it being a legitimate invasion at the time. And the postal workers are like, "No, go fuck yourselves." And then they said that louder with machine guns.
I mean that's impressive. Where it's like, yeah, the post office in Poland is going after for the enemy. That's really cool.
I don't know why you're surprised. Your post office has a fucking SWAT team.
That's true.
But no, the story, and Fat Electrician's got a well-researched video with pictures and everything, where they fought off the Germans so well that they had to bring in artillery to shoot the doors down. And even then, they were fighting in the basement until they started filling it with petrol, and then they ran out and, I believe, were captured. And because they're being led by a military officer, they weren't illegal combatants. And again, at this time, they were pretending legitimacy, so they didn't execute them all, I believe.
I thought they did, but
maybe I might be confusing with something else. I think that they definitely wanted to, but did they execute them?
Yeah, because I thought they executed them because they were irregular combatants. At least that's.
I think that's what they wanted to do. But the guy who was leading them was an army officer, so I think technically, possibly, maybe something like that. Either way, they absolutely fucked them up.
Polish bayonet and helmet, another rifle.
Yeah.
Oh, is that? No, okay, no, it's the destroyer. I was thinking of there's like 2 or 3 Polish submarines. One was translated to like the Eagle. Managed to make it to the UK.
Yeah. Oh crap! God damn you, Google. Just
check.
Click off. So now I need to try and catch up again.
Maybe too far?
Maybe too far. German crimes in Poland. Definitely too far. Here we go.
Here we go.
So yeah, objects from the Mitchell-class destroyer. Here we go. Some keys and things.
Mm-hmm.
From the Gdansk prison. Now, something about the German crimes in Poland.
Yeah,
Einsatzgruppen. Yeah, so we saw them earlier. They were running around in the white vans in Northern Ireland.
Yes, saying, "I don't think you have, mate."
Yep. Pictures, either paintings or reconnaissance photos, potentially, of different places that got fucked up. A fragment of a church decoration. Some writing. Here we go. Motorbike. The muffler's a bit rusted.
BMW, maybe 75 series? R75?
It's a German DKW.
Oh, damn. I know my Zundaps, but I don't know and some of the BMWs, but not the
Hold on a
DKWs.
second. The Wehrmacht's highly developed motorization. The Wehrmacht. The people who were using horses to tow artillery.
Yeah.
Guys, come on.
The legend continues.
No, it's not like the Americans who had fucking jeeps for days.
Mm-hmm.
Some Polish equipment. Here we go. And transiting tools, axes, multi grips by the look of it, and a mortar. What's that?
Yeah, like a little man portable mortar. Not quite like a Japanese knee mortar, but close.
Oh, those are white colors, aren't they? So what the fuck's the thing in the back again? It's
I want to say it's either a mortar or recoilless rifle.
yeah.
One.
Have they fucked up the sign?
Maybe.
No, I don't think so. Oh no, there must be a second sign because there's things are different colors. Oh, there we go. It's the top one. It's a Polish grenade launcher.
Oh, very cool.
Anti-tank rifle model 35 UR.
Yeah.
Yeah. That'd kick like
Surprisingly
a fucking
effective.
horse. Well, for the other
there we go.
tanks, it would have been.
A Granatnik WZ-36.
Oh, trim,
Maximum
well
range
done.
of 700 meters. Ah.
A nice woolen uniform.
Summer uniform.
A summer uniform.
Yeah, no, they had summer uniform.
I know, but I'm just laughing at the thought of that being a summer uniform. Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
A brand new Model 28.
Yep.
Which...
So, yeah, it was produced on license at their own factory.
Yeah, it's not quite technically a BAR, but it's a BAR.
It's better. Honestly, it's better because of the pistol grip.
Well, there you go. Yeah, pistol grips are good. Especially on something like that. 20-round magazine. Yeah, very cool. Oh, here we go. Some newspapers. Poland invaded. These are grave markers. You know, the name Adolf has really dropped off for some reason.
That's a shame. That's a nice name.
Right, medical equipment, anti-aircraft defense, anti-aircraft defense helmet. That helmet ain't gonna do shit, mate. Also, medical equipment. Yeah. Propaganda poster from the Soviet daily Pravda. The Pravda. I think we call them the Guardian now.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
And the BBC.
Yes. Also, C word Pravda. If you ever wonder about the origin. Yeah, no, the Soviets were not helpful.
No.
Bit more uniforms.
DVD.
Officer of the something tank corps.
18th?
No, sorry, Trim. Can't get that one. Ooh, here we go. A banner.
Yeah.
Some more art. Communism is not going to fucking light up the sky. That's America's job.
Yeah.
I have developed a portable sun just to fuck with you.
Here, Japan, would you like to have a free sample?
Yeah, here we go. It's marking the German-Soviet border. The equipment really is the same in principle, isn't it? A man with a stick and what is it, a theodolite?
Yes.
Now, it's just that now the theodolite is fancy and digital and can spin around and find the pole itself. But those principles are basically the same.
Yeah.
But the principle is very much still the same. It's just slightly easier. This is barbed wire from the German-Soviet border. Or it would be if it was in focus. Some random map.
A German-Soviet border.
I have no idea what that's supposed to be. Some more uniforms. Second Rifle Division. Of Polish. Here's a typewriter. Ka-tink, 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 ka-tink. Also, actually, this is a good type. This is used by the Polish government in exile before 1939. I would like to point something out to our audience. What's that first row of letters read? QWERT. Z because it's Poland, but
yeah, that is wildly different.
That's weird.
That's actually mostly the same, except for the Z and the Y. They're just reversed. Everything else is identical. Yeah. Well, the letters, the punctuation and things change slightly, but the letters, and even more so. Look, if you look at your keyboard, you will notice the letters are staggered in the exact same way. Why? Because when they rolled out computers, they went, typists are used to typing on these. How can we make it easy for adoption? Well, they already know how to type on muscle memory, so we'll just make the keyboards look like the keys, and that's what's called a keyboard. And they're called keys.
Well, to be fair, they use the Z a whole lot more in fucking Polish than they do in English. So,
yeah. Jesus, I'm surprised it's not a Z bar instead of a space bar.
Now that's for the L with the slash through it, which is actually there.
Yep. Yep. But yeah, like I know it's more accurate on typewriters from America and England, where it is just QWERTY. But in Poland, it's got a Z because Poland.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think is a really cool historical fact. Some random generals that we'll move on from for time.
Sikorsky, he's organized the Polish army that came out of the Soviet Union and then fought in Italy.
Yeah, and he's got the L's with the slashes through them.
Yes.
And this guy has lots of Zs.
Yeah.
Random maps of how things ended up. What the fuck is this? A still? A shower? A still? I think he's still.
No idea.
Moonshine maker. That's called a still.
Oh.
Yeah.
Some satirical cartoons. Hey, here we go.
Oh.
A Swami submachine gun. Yeah.
Yeah. It's the earlier model too. You can tell by the muzzle brake.
Mm.
The later one had kind of a slashed.
A lot of Soviet stuff was very similar.
Yes, well, they copied the drum mag from the Finns.
Was very effective.
For a drum mag, stick mags are still better.
Well, stick mags are infinitely more reliable and easy to manufacture, but drum mags are cool.
Yeah. Yeah, they are.
Yes, I think this is definitely the Finnish section.
Yeah.
But, yep, Finnish soldiers' uniform and equipment. And apparently it stopped giving me images.
Oh, fun.
Let me see if I can scroll through. Yes, okay, there is more in here. Just trying to scroll back to where we were. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that was pretty good. Pictures from the period. Propaganda
Maybe
pictures,
Battle
of course.
France? Maybe looking at the tank. I think that's maybe a Renault or Char. B1.
Yeah, it's got the hull gun.
Oh yeah, then that's a Char B1.
They went away from those really quickly because turns out exposing the whole fucking tank is a dumb idea.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the last one did well. Anyway. Sorry.
Yeah. The Imperial Japanese Army uniform. There you go. Coveralls. Air Force. German Mountain Rifleman's uniform. There you go. Lots of reflections of everything but the fucking uniform. U.S. Marine Corps. Jesus, those poor Marines.
Yep.
A random attractive woman, definitely used for propaganda purposes. Women's military service. And that was a British Auxiliary Territorial Service member as a spotter in an anti-aircraft battery. Yeah, seriously, stick that on the recruitment visors.
Like IDF recruitment poster.
Yeah.
Don't you Americans fucking start. I've seen your psyops on Twitter. your fucking your military grade e-thoughts.
You're welcome.
Something about soldiers kit. Trim does have a video of that, but again, there's people all through it. Trim can lift it with one hand, so. I think that was actually a bag of rice or something. I don't know. Here's some soldiers kit, glasses, some cigarettes.
Number 11 is usually associated with the Highland regiments.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's back when you were doing a lot of your own sewing of like canvas and things.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that the Swiss Army knife is based off of.
Yes.
Or it was knocked off of that. I can't quite remember when the Swiss developed their knife, but I mean, it's a similar idea. It's not terribly hard to come up with once you have steel that good. Don't think this is English.
No,
oh, it's definitely not.
Yeah. Simple, yeah, basic hygiene kit.
Yeah.
But you know what it's missing? Preventing.
Oh, Pervitin.
Yes.
There's a story about that. The guy who took the entire fucking platoon supply. Straight razor, safety razor. Both of which are a far superior option to the fucking modern multi-bladed abomination that lasts approximately half of one shave.
Yeah.
I grow a very thick beard, so even fucking 5 o'clock shadow, it's like run the razor through that and the razor's fucked and throw it away.
I just realized that straight bladed razor, that I have that. That the box gives it away. I have that brand.
Oh, fucking course you do. I think Barbasol is still around, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Yep. Some more personal kit by the looks of it. A German language guide.
I've got one of those.
This, I think this is some American kit.
No. So most of it is.
Some of it is.
The War in Poland book isn't. The chain cleaning tool in the little case, that's actually British for a 303, if I remember correctly.
A bit
Betty
of a
Grable.
off round, yeah. See, her I've seen before.
Yeah. The most famous butt of the war.
Yep. Some canteens. They have not changed in design whatsoever. They just got made out of plastic, which I'm pretty sure was a fucking downgrade.
It is, although the new ones aren't truly a plastic. They're like an Nalgene, which means they're better than plastic. But those are like the newest ones.
Because I've had the misfortune of using some army surplus plastic canteens, and they fucking taste awful. Here we go. Boiled sweets. There you go. Glass bottles. Meat and something in a tin. Oh, here we go. A radio, camera, piano accordion thingy.
Yeah.
Some more uniforms. That's definitely some German shit by the looks of it. Well, they've got some German
Luftwaffe
equipment.
Field Division.
Yeah.
Or no, I take that back. That is home defense. If the armband shows up, yeah.
Improvised uniform of Volksturm. Son of
Volksturm,
a
yeah.
bitch, you motherfucker. He was right, everyone. Yeah. Untrained teenagers and eliminated into service. Yeah, back when they were very, very heavily losing. Let's a mess kit. Is that Japanese writing?
Yeah. What the hell?
Because
That's
that's an
odd.
eagle on the bottom of that cup.
Yeah. The canteen is possibly German, but it's hard to say. Yeah, the Japanese writing on there is bizarre.
Because everything that's German, but that doesn't necessarily mean much. Because the Germans did make a lot of its stuff at the time. What the fucking Christ?
So that is another mess kit, which is more of the
That's
basically
a
every
very decorated one. That's Rod of Asclepius, a medic.
Yeah. There's a big like hiking stick culture during the war, apparently.
Oh yeah.
So
some calendars, a driving license, a picture, some dog tags, more uniforms, a ship model. Now we're talking. A Liberty type freighter, possibly.
Oh yeah, the Liberty ships. Yeah.
Here we go. Some United States Air Force. A Catalina flying boat. They torpedoes. More uniforms. There we go. Some first aid stuff. The crazy thing is, I've seen shit like that. Still being, they must still make stuff similar to that today. Your field dressings and things. So they're usually more sealed for hygiene. Corrosive sublimate gauze. Corrosive and gauze don't sound like an ideal equipment.
No. I wonder if they mean like it was like sulfated.
Probably. I assume that's what it refers to. Big motherfucking syringes. More medical equipment. And some medals and things. One of these things is not like the others. I think these ones, decorations for the wounded. Oh, that's the relevance.
Oh, okay, the purple. I wasn't sure about the Polish one.
Yeah, so this is just generically for the wounded.
Yeah, and then like Soviet wound no.
Purple Heart, Poland, Germany, France, Soviet, and then Canada twice. And they just got stripes. At least everyone else gave them fucking medals. Some letters. Oh, these are death notices, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Death announcement paid for by the family, and then a letter from the superior to the mother. Obviously, all in German. But I'm sure Bleach can translate that later for his own purposes.
Probably. I probably already have some of those, actually.
Probably. Some more planes.
Oh, yeah, B-29,
Yeah.
Messerschmitt 109, some variation of a Spitfire, maybe an early model. Like
Yeah. Some of the trucks that are in use. It's
Opel
tanks.
Blitz is one of them. Ooh, SU-152 and a Panther.
Yeah. Itty bitty turret. Also,
that's
that's
a Power B.
Yeah. Also, that's something that people don't talk about much is how fucking small a lot of the German tanks were.
Right?
Like, just like a one-man fucking turret. But they had so many of them and they put them all together and slammed through. Did you know that the Blitzkrieg was not invented by Germany?
Correct. Trying to remember who developed it.
Me too.
They were the ones
because
that-
I just watched the fucking video yesterday.
Yeah.
God damn it. The fat electrician's got a video. Hold on. I'm desperately fucking hunting for my
I thought it was
YouTube watch
initially a British one, but they discarded it.
Oh, no. Yes. Because the guy was unpopular with the elite wankers in the military. Scrolling. Percy Hobart.
Yeah. Because if I remember right, he had come up with the idea like in the 20s.
Yes.
And then it was just like, nah.
Yeah, no,
and
you
then
know what the
Guderian
problem...
read it.
Yeah, yes, Guderian read it. That's the funny part. And then, to counter Guderian and... Is it Rommel? It can always be Rommel. Mr. Churchill himself called up Percy Hobart and is like, hey, so I know the rest of the officers are a bunch of fucking idiots, but can you come slap the shit out of these Germans for me? And he did.
I thought he developed that from what would have been Allenby in the around Megiddo, the Battle of Megiddo.
I think
dying days of the First World War.
I think it was post World War One. Actually,
no, but he'd read some of the tactics that I thought Allenby had used.
The story that Fat Electrician tells is he went researching himself because after post World War One, when slightly after like the Mark IVs, once they had slightly better tanks, he's like, have we considered putting radios in the tanks? And everyone's like, holy shit, what an idea. But then he started looking at historical sources like the Mongols, like, highly mobile raiding party that blasts through the enemy lines, destroys their infrastructure, and can establish a foothold. What if we tried that with tanks? And then he wrote it down like an idiot, and then fucking Guderian read it.
Yeah, the German officers were always taught to read as much from the enemy literature as you could.
Which was an effective tactic, apparently. Because Guderian learned far more than the British officers.
Oh, yeah. That's what Achtung Panzer was the book that he'd written about that. And it's like, it all culminates.
That's like what, a Panzer 1 or 2 or something? Or is it a different thing? Yeah. Because the Panzer that most people think of is like the 3 and 4, which were significantly bigger.
Yeah.
Because the Germans have the same problem the Americans do. What are we going to call it? Let's call it a Panzer. Good job, guys. Well done. We developed a new tank. What are we going to call it? We'll call it a tank.
Well, the whole like, oh, this is just for bringing water up to the front.
Which was a clever idea. And what's the Russian word for tank?
Just tank, I think.
Yes.
I think they just stole it. It's like everything else the Soviets have.
Yep. Why is it called a tank? Because the British invented the tank. And yet they didn't use it to conquer France. Thoroughly disappointing.
Yeah. U-boats.
Yeah. How far past have I gone? Oh, now we're talking.
MG34.
We'll come back to that. There's a bunch of dog tags, and again, I've scrolled too far. Yeah, here we go. The Catalina
There
again.
we go. Catalina. Yeah.
Flicky, flick, flick, flick. Yes, here we go. The itty bitty Panzer. But again, itty bitty Panzer beats horse.
Yes. And lots of itty bitty panzers moving around the flanks of the big French tanks still wins.
Well, the French also only had one-man turrets, didn't they?
Yes.
It's
Even if they had larger crews, they had one-man turrets in
Yes.
most of their tanks.
which proved a problem, especially when the Germans showed up with like 20 tanks.
Well, a lot of the French tanks didn't even have radios. That was one of their biggest flaws.
Part of the other part of the flaw was just the tactics that were being used. Ah, yes, let's use them as mobile pillboxes. Meanwhile, the Germans are like, what if we put all the tanks here and said, go that way? Also, here's some map.
Mm-hmm.
Here we fucking go. Some fancy shit. A mask of
stuff.
modeling clay used by Polish prisoners in a camp theater. An album made and decorated by Polish officers held in Offlag. I'm seeing they're going, Offlag is like, hold on, that's not how they pronounced it in the documentary I saw. You know, the one that starred like 7 Jews as German officers that was made by the Americans after the war.
Uh-huh.
One of the what's that show called? Hogan's Heroes? Is it Hogan's Heroes?
Yeah.
Well, the funniest thing is literally every single one of the main Germans was a Jew. Well, the German officers. I think was Schultz one. I don't know, but like all them.
I think Schultz was actually a German,
possibly, but all the German officers Jews.
Mm-hmm.
And the French guy lost like fucking 20 members of his family because he was actually in a camp, and not the far superior prisoner of war camp. No, the French guy got to spend part of the war in the other kind of German camp. Hey,
John Banner played Schultz. He's actually Austrian.
So
there you go.
Trump German.
Yes, but also likes to hold his hands and count his shekels.
Yeah, here's some interesting thing. But yeah, when you look at it at the cast, literally all the German officers were Jews. So it's like that's interesting. But very funny, especially Schultz. Object in conservation. Yes, very good. Well fucking done, you fuckwits. More pictures. Some art. And now we're talking.
Ooh. All right, PPS H41 Garand.
Yeah. And then everyone proceeded to copy the Garand's homework. And that's how you get the AK. Now, if you make those two things kith, you get an AK-47.
That's right. And take the aesthetics from the MP44, also known as the Sturmgewehr.
Yes. I think one of those might appear somewhere in here at some point. Postcards, pictures. Oh, here we go.
303.
Yeah.
9130 Mosin, and then that is a M95 straight pull Austrian Mannlicher.
You get what he said. Yeah. Funnily enough, the first one I recognize, it's a very distinctive with that magazine.
Oh yeah. I mean, I own all 3 of these. So.
Oh, fucking course you do. Do you own one of those yet?
No, but a buddy of mine has a semi-auto conversion that he's trying to sell me.
And it's working annoyingly well.
No, it doesn't run for shit.
Ah, here we go. The dish gun,
EP28, yes.
the pizza
And
pie.
I had a semi-auto conversion, one of those, on my docket to buy, and then it's like, picked it up, was like, oh hell no, I'm not carrying this thing.
Too fucking heavy.
Oh, it's a beast. It's all machined.
Oh yeah. Oh, here we go. The Maxim, which I believe the Ukrainians are still using. Because
Yes.
once you achieve perfection,
I mean, really, it's the most practical machine gun design ever made.
it is. It's super basic, but it's engineered. It's just basic engineered to perfection and not to retardation, which is how you can tell it wasn't made by a German in Germany.
Yes.
Oh, oh, here we go. The 44.
Oh yeah.
The-
Part of a
which
Stuka.
basically everything is based off of. Yeah.
Yep.
Hey.
Ooh. So this is the. No, this is. I was about to say it was a MP38, but it's really more of an MP28, which is based on the MP18. But then you had the Lancaster, which that actually may be a Lancaster. There's a lot that looks similar, and without being able to recall everything.
Yeah, here we go. Some cutaways of submarines, U-boats, though, by the looks of it.
I think the one on the left might be one of the Polish submarines, but I'm
Possibly.
not sure.
It's U-254 something. Another uniform, a bicycle. So, some random photos and some propaganda. Bleachers living room.
Yes. I feel called out on this.
You should. I think these are Polish ration slips by the looks of it. That's a fucking big piece of cable. Leningrad, a book about Leningrad.
Cannibals.
Leningrad holds nothing against Stalingrad, though.
I'd actually say Leningrad's a little worse because the civilians were trapped there and they kind of resorted to cannibalism.
Yeah, she'll be right. Good job, Trim.
This object.
I think it's a gas mask.
Maybe.
Some civilian kit. Oh, living with bombardments. Yep. British Civil Defense Service.
I've got to go put my FAP helmet on.
Honey, I gotta go. The FAP are calling. Oh man. A bomb. A German air raid siren.
Ooh, I want one of those.
A motherfucker of a magazine. Hand for scale. Mortar by the
mortar.
Something else that I have no fucking clue. Random piece of steel. Is that a wing?
Yeah, that's part of an aileron, and the thing in the center is a fuse container, probably for the mortars, but maybe for a Flak 88. Another siren.
This is the problem with. This is the problem with government buildings. Someone put modern art in it. Hunger, I think it's called, or something retarded like that. Absolutely worthless. God, I fucking hate modern art.
You don't hate modern art enough. Fucking Picasso.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, modern art sucks. Completely meaningless garbage shut together by morons, and then even dumber morons pay
It's a
money
scam.
for it. Yeah,
Yep.
hunger. Yeah, good fucking job. Like,
I prefer the
they
Polish
pay-
word blood.
completely and utterly fucking worthless. Huh. There's some interesting symbols on this.
Yeah, it's like occupation money, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, you're living in the Jewish ghetto, so here's your occupation money. You can't spend it anywhere else.
Script, I think we call that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yes, ghetto money. Well done, and a food coupon book. There's a hole in my porridge, dear Liza. Holy fucking shit! There's an electric fucking trimmer.
Yeah, and a hairdryer.
And a
It's all
hairdryer.
in Bakelite.
Yeah. Speaking of fucking modern art again. Yeah, well done, fuckheads. You're blocking the train.
Yeah.
Absolutely fucking ridiculous. Random dress. Some more German
Okay.
stuff. New colonialism, apparently. A mill wheel by the looks of it, or something.
Yeah. German
Passes and
papers.
papers, and these are the papers you must show us. Da. I'm not sure where that accent went, but papers, please.
You went with the Indian Free Corps.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, you have to get in the right mood to switch between accents sometimes. And yes, no comment once again.
Yeah.
Who is Pierre Laval? I don't know, but he looks very fucking disappointed to be in this photo.
I would be too. I think that's an Italian Beretta submachine gun.
I fucking can't believe you sometimes. Like, we know what Bleach's autism is.
Uh-huh.
Speaking of Italians.
That previous one was a SS recruitment poster for the Norwegians.
I'm sure Trim was fucking thrilled. Yeah, well, a blurry propaganda poster. Another blurry propaganda poster. Another blurry propaganda
Okay.
poster.
That
A
was
not
kind
blurry propaganda poster.
That's good, Norg.
Yeah.
Which SS regiment was that?
Germansk.
Yes.
Org. Does it say it's a poster for something? Yes, thank you. Celebrating of SS days in Oslo. I'm sure Trim was fucking incandescent when he took this fucking photo. There you go, Bakelite telephone. Something else I'm not allowed to comment on.
I like it. Typical.
Funnily enough, I believe this this combination does come up in conversation sometimes. Oh,
Got a
man.
license for that propaganda poster, mate.
Good thing I'm not British. Some very blurry fucking records.
Uh-huh.
Memorabilia from Burnt Down City. A painting of Lidic. A very annoying eagle. Oh, Stalin.
Keir Starmer's inspiration.
Yeah. Yeah. The Nazi plan. Oslo. Trim's opinion on Stockholm.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Some generic art. A generic blurry box. Some crosses. Deportations of nations. Stalin charged Soviet Germans, Finns, Hungarians, and Romanians with treason and ordered their deportations. Now, what do the Finns do?
They kind of fought everybody in a sense. Fought the
fair.
Soviets twice, and then they had to turn and fight the Germans.
Instructing the government to apply the principle of collective responsibility. Thus, 2.5 million people were deported. In 41 to 45, why can't our governments deport for 2.5 million people? What's their excuse?
Well, you see, when a foreign government loves people from another country very much.
Yep. And deportation of class enemies. Yep.
This must be getting into the Soviet occupation and perversion of Poland.
I would say so. An SS armband. Some random other things. More armbands. Badge with the letter P. Polish forced laborers. Yeah.
More grooming kit.
Yeah, more grooming kit. A whip from the Gross Rosen camp. A minecart. A violin.
Oh, that would have been a very different book if it had been Minecart.
Right. Fucking Google. Just keep scrolling, you fuckers. A train. I don't even know what that's supposed to be. Jewish policeman's armband. Oh, come on, you fucking idiots. You didn't notice that you'd fucked up the fucking lettering. I mean, those don't need explanation. Aviation, the aerial tactics game of attack and defense.
Okay, that would actually be kind of fun.
Yeah, I was thinking Bleach. Can you get us a copy?
Maybe?
What is that? HPG and Sons. Are they British or American?
I would guess British.
Yeah. Right. I'm going to need to send Monkey shopping. We're going to need him to take his nerdy ass down to the local autism convention and find us some. Playing cards which really have not changed in fucking centuries.
Oh, interesting. So it was originally published in the 1920s.
Really? That is interesting. Oh, yeah, I see a balloon in the background. Now that you mention it.
Yeah. Oh, damn. It's no longer available.
Well.
Oh, interesting. I'm going to keep looking around.
Yeah. I wonder if we... I assume it'd be a ridiculous price, but it's like, I wonder what one of those goes for. Some more random photos.
Well, I think they did reprints of it.
I assume this is a collection of things the Germans stole. Here we go. Bleach. What's this?
That would be a Luger, a 1908 model. Because the earlier models didn't have the spring in the pistol grip, and they also had a press safety, especially the early, like the 1900 Swiss models. It's also what's called an army model because of the length of the barrel. You happy?
Yes. I think that's fucking brilliant.
Oh shit! They reprinted it in the 1960s, and I could get a copy for $39 US.
Shit, that's
$15 of shipping.
That's rough, but that's still not as bad as I feared.
No.
Um,
I'll put it on my watch list.
In Norway, people express the something. Good job, Trim. Something against the German occupation by something in public transport. In response, police issued an order to sit down. Letter to the BBC from occupied France. Pistol radio receiver in the Netherlands. There you go, Bleach. Nice on BBC program. Back when the BBC was useful. Who remembers when the BBC was useful?
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Yeah. Some French characters. Anti-German flights from Denmark and Norway. Which one's that? 3. Oh, yeah. Norwegian fly with the letters SS and the German word Scheisse. Which, yes, does mean that.
Yep.
The Norwegian Underground Postage Stamp, number 4. The stamp put up by the Norwegian resistance. This is going to be Trim's favourite. Shows leader of the Norwegian fascists, Quisling. The writing reads disgrace and contempt are characteristics of Quisling's rule, much like Keir Starmer's. Price on the stamp, 30 silver coins. Oh, well done. Well done. Oh, there you go. French flyer, find the 5th swine. Puzzle, popular form of mocking the Italians. When folding the 4 papers turn into the 5th. Mussolini's face. Based. Actually, someone's got to have done find the 5th swine.
Interesting. So,
there's a bunch for
Tabletop
Hitler.
Simulator has a version of aviation aerial tactics.
Ah,
Interesting.
Okay, so that I don't know. Is that the same one? Because that's a complete version for Hitler. I think there's supposed to be some for Mussolini. Ah, here's one for Mussolini. No, I think some retard's done Trump because they're remotely fucking comparable. Fucking communists, I swear to God. Bobcat would like to point out Bleach. Nerd!
Well armed, but yes.
Yeah, speaking of. This is number 4. So, what's...
CT-33 Soviet pistol?
It doesn't say what exact model, but it is a TT pistol.
Yep.
What kind of gun is that, Bleach?
That would not be a gun. That would be a parade dagger for maybe Polish cavalry. I don't know.
What's that then?
Well, that would be a Czech. What became a Bren gun, but it's like a CZ-26.
Yeah, because I was thinking that looked vaguely like a. I was trying to pick what it looked vaguely like because that forward handle screams Bran.
Yeah, and it's basically the Bren gun's dad.
Yeah. Another uniform with a pistol and a grenade.
Polish, yeah.
Partisan equipment, yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Ooh. Okay, that's a home-built pistol on the left, but the one on the right is a Drysa 1907.
Yes, it is.
And I have one of those.
Of course you do. The one on the left is a single-shot pistol used by the first unit of the Pomeranian Griffin secret military organization in Pomerania. Composed out of homemade parts and parts of other types of weapons, Griff Pomorsky was the second largest underground organization in Pomerania after the Home Army. In 1944, it had over 30 poorly armed partisan groups in the Tukola Forest and in Kubia. Yes, Marco, home built.
Yes. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Yeah, here we go.
Stand gun.
Yep.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Germans, MP40 and things,
Yeah.
shit out 100 of those in a day for fucking $1 each. Meanwhile, the Germans, again, autisming things well past autisming good ideas into the ridiculous. Now we're fucking talking. I'll have 6.
There's a proper Bren gun.
Mm-hmm. With the sticky out mag and your barrel handle.
Yep.
Here we go.
PPS 41, well, PPS H41, and a Mosin Nagant revolver. I have one of those.
What do you know what year that is? Because you fucking got the year on this PPSH.
Oh, it's 1895. And they built that continuously until 1945.
God damn it. Well done. You're right. Mine, grenades, stuff.
Flare pistol, Hitler Youth knife, some other cobbled together piece of shit in the middle.
Yes, dagger made from barrel of a rifle. Is that what it is? Yes.
I have no idea. Yeah.
It's just like basically a cobbled together piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Bobcats. It says makes me want to go back and watch Lockstock, and Danny says, gun autism. Yes, we know what flavor of autism bleach has.
Another Polish. Well, it's a Mauser style rifle. I couldn't tell you exactly which one, although the sight makes me think it's a World War One.
Mm-hmm.
And then what is it? I can't remember the name of the pistol. It's an Austrian pistol down in the bottom left.
Yeah, it is a Frommerstopp 1911.
Oh,
and
okay.
it was the Mauser was a 1895.
Oh, so an export commercial.
Yeah. Here we go. I'm talking about these.
Oh, Polish Home Army armbands at the top.
Yeah. Along with, is that a very pitted submachine gun?
MP40?
Yeah, MP40 with the folding stock, of course. Luger. That's not a Luger.
No.
Yeah, here we go.
Polish Home Army stuff, probably from the Uprising. And you can always tell from the Uprising. One of the Home Army regiments broke into an SS weapons depot and put on the camo smocks.
Oh, clever.
Yeah. They also stole a Panther tank and used it during the battle.
Very clever. Oh, more propaganda posters. Some shells.
Yeah.
Some V2 wreckage.
V2.
Now we're fucking talking.
That's a Firefly model.
Oh, even better.
Yep.
It go really bang. That's an
interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's 10th Polish armor.
I was thinking it was got to be. That's got to be like Polish or Czech or something with that on it.
Yep. Which, interestingly enough, they're the ones that helped the liberation of Ypres.
Huh.
Yeah.
There you go. They're busy. Ah, that. Me were I.
Yes.
Yeah. Now we're fucking cooking. Thanks, Trim. That's a very helpful photo.
Well, it's like it's blurred everyone else.
Yeah, I didn't. Sadly, it blurred the fucking picture, but the faces were still vaguely recognizable, so I had to blur them further. There we go. Their uniforms.
Most likely Soviet, but
I think
it could also be Polish.
It could be anywhere Eastern Europe, couldn't it?
Yeah, well, it could also be a Polish army in the East, because they were equipped by the Soviets. Just helmet got painted, and
that one's a bit easier.
Yep.
What do we got here? I can't read that because it's blurry.
It's a bag of shit.
Trim's autofocus needs slapping. Don't focus on the glass. Some random keepsakes and things. Italian campaign. Ranking insignias. Another tank.
Berlin, maybe it could be a T-34 at this distance.
It's hard.
T-34,
very hard to tell. No, I think that is actually the end of the photos.
Oh.
Yeah. There's a couple of videos that are.
Good. We get to look at the air conditioning.
Yeah. These are the ones that were salvageable.
Get to play with a torpedo.
Yep. At least he held long enough. Our roving correspondent did an excellent job for someone as tech illiterate as he is.
Did we hear about like power going out there at the station, the museum?
Just randomly goes out. I have no idea what this is in aid of.
2 cases.
Yeah. Is this going to be one of the evacuations?
Or deportations?
Possibly. Well, Nellie Friedman, Holocaust survivor. There we go. You can actually just Google that bitch. The Holocaust bride, according to some random website. Okay, suitcases of people sent to Auschwitz, apparently.
Very cool. Shall we dive into memes?
We shall, because we'll have to do some very quick fire memery. Because he really did just spend an hour going through Trim's fucking vacation pictures. Actually, that's not even true. We have not gone through Trim's vacation pictures. I suggest Trim's pictures are on the fucking museum. Memes.
I've dumped a whole shit ton.
And LGM's autism
yes, but what about
is
memes?
exactly how long we were doing. Trim's photos. Where the fuck are we? Here we go. AI robot programmed to give ethical advice to racist and homophobic after studying 1.7 million real-life human examples. So it worked correctly.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Pattern noticed.
Yeah. Beavers are so funny. Why are you a little animal doing hydraulic engineering? And they're crazy too, because it's the sound of running water that triggers their instincts.
Yeah. And watching those little bastards take down a decent sized tree is amazing.
Yep.
Terrifying too.
Speaking of beavers,
Sound of running water activates my instincts too.
Dave will be
I
back
just gotta
after
go
this
pee,
short
though.
break. Speaking of beavers and Americans, what about Operation Beaver Drop?
That happened here in Idaho.
Yeah.
That time that America parachuted beavers.
I mean, you have to admit that it's kind of a fun way of doing things.
Yeah.
Para
Drop a
beavers.
bunch of beavers into the para beavers, yeah.
Para beavers. Operation Beaver Drop.
It's weird. You usually see that in the club.
Yeah. Why does this host of Zinger look like it's about to backtrack on all its campaign promises and then start a war for Israel? That's a good question. Indian MMA fighter killed in Canada after bear attack. Bear attack. Bear was defending his
go
country
after
from
the bear?
invaders. He's an MMA fighter. I would
Yeah.
legitimately put money on he fucked with the bear. The bear was like, I don't want any part of this. Then he fight with the bear some more, and then the bear's like, you know what? I'm a bear. Smack.
Eaten.
Yeah. Well, he's the bear. He's a bear, not an. He probably wouldn't eat that.
Bears have some class.
Here we go. This is one of the best arguments some dumb whores heard on abortion. You can't get a death certificate unless you have a birth certificate, therefore abortion doesn't matter. Undocumented immigrants don't have birth certificates, therefore you can just kill them and it's not murder. You know what? She makes a compelling point.
Yeah.
Here's one for the people who are good on their slang. Do you want beef tonight at 6 p.m.? Who the fuck is this? You want to throw down? I'll fuck you up. It's Grandma. I got a new phone. Stop complaining about your life. There are literally people living in California. Yes, I live in Australia. The people in California are lucky. Refugees welcome.
Yeah.
Stop the far right, chomp. Yeah, also known as stand up to rapism. Rapists welcome. Stop the normies. I don't remember which useless piece of shit that is on the left.
That's from the infamous episode of the Lotus Eaters where they had some crazy woman in there.
That does not narrow it down. And we have, here we go. Planet of the Apes is coming. To protect and serve invading orcs. Yep, and once they're done killing everyone else, they'll come after you.
Yep.
Oh, God, Dave's posting videos again. I'm scared.
The government thinks that this knife is so dangerous, I had to do
you guys
a
will like this
Form
one.
4, which means a regular gun purchase plus extra steps. So tell me, do you think that this is justified? Opening up the handle, we can see a little contraption right here which spins around. It looks a lot like a revolver because it accepts actual cartridges. 6 rounds of 22 LR to be precise. Once you're loaded up, you simply close the grip and then deploy this guy right here. This is the trigger. Now there are ways to use this knife. You could hold it like this and fire like so, or perhaps you want to flip it around and use this a little bit more like a thumb trigger. I think this gives you a little bit of added stability. Hiya! Technically, I think that means that this melee gun pokes 7 holes per single stab.
Camelo Anthony is really mad that he didn't have one of those.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Yep, same reaction. Man, Asia knows how to party. Meanwhile, in the West, well, I know that. Meanwhile, in the West, the women are the size of the one on the other side of the glass.
Right.
Yep. Bro, you never watched the reels I sent you, the type of shit he sends me.
I love these cat costumes. I know, dude. I know it's AI slop, but goddamn, I love them.
This is why I can't afford RAM.
Right.
Okay, I'll do the other one. Uh-oh.
Mr. Fluffy! Mr. Fluffy! No!
You know what this reminds me of now? Danger 5.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh.
they did have a Danger 5 feeling to it for sure.
You know what I'd love to see a remake of now? Without, if Hollywood could be trusted? Sabrina the Teenage Witch. The shit you could do with with Salem these days.
True.
Salem and the Teenage Bitch. Or something. And here's the only good thing about that show.
We got to celebrate our differences.
Jesus.
You can play it, it's not copyrighted.
Celebrate our differences.
Fucking cats.
We got to celebrate our differences. Nacho taco, chimichanga. 'Cause it's
Escort for charging you up to 6K per hour thanks to Silicon Valley's AI boom. 6K can only get you on mid-ugly hookers. Things are that bad. 6K an hour, Jesus Christ. But for 6K, you could fly to fucking Asia and get several days and fly back.
Right. Fly to Thailand.
Shit, you could fly to Australia where there are literally legal brothels. I think Sisyphus would have been much happier if they had a big number at the top of the mountain that incremented with any successful rock push, and also if they let him spend those points on fun stickers for the rock.
It's true.
Yeah. The last great American folk hero. Yeah.
He sold no one out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Crime 0%. Not quite true. What the fuck? How did he do it? Put the criminals in jail. Keep them there. Groundbreaking and revolutionary. Arresting criminals makes your country safer. Wow. Oh, for fuck's sake. Of course, this is a Dave one. Brad Pitt's daughter Zahara makes a move to legally axe his last name. Why would she axe his name when she already knows it? The brand is starving with circus is boring.
I like that one.
I'm
saving
yeah.
That's
What news did you find last night?
Yep, that's right.
So World War I image.
Ah, yes.
What news did you find last night?
A Pakistan killed his neighbor and ate his cat in Birmingham.
An Algerian man gouged out an old lady's eyes in Barcelona. A Milanian man threw a woman and her baby onto the subway tracks in Paris.
I didn't find anything. Oh, I saw a white man who wouldn't give up his seat to an pregnant black woman on the bus.
Okay. I think we have everything we need to make a good show this morning.
Good morning and welcome to Europe Morning News. This morning we received a breaking news story. A white man is alleged to have committed a despicable act of racism on a London bus last night. We will be discussing this with our experts throughout the morning to answer the question, is Adolf Hitler back?
The voice-to-text engine needs a little help, but yeah.
Yeah.
Text to voice or whatever it is. Everyone hates America. Europeans discovering brisket. What am I going to tell my sons? Don't stab people. And what are we going up here?
The lone Carmelo meme.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this fucking shit. What's the point? I can't.
After seeing the Odyssey movie cast, yeah. That's gonna fucking flop.
Yep.
Oh, so hard. I can't wait.
The only people that'll go and watch it are the reviewers.
Right?
Homicide rate per 100,000 people by US state and Canadian province. 2020. Yeah, this might as well be a match showing poverty levels in each state/province. I'm sure the results will be very similar. That's not the homicide rate map, I'm certain. Like, how the... Then again, I suppose it's the per capita is probably throwing it a hell of a lot.
Yeah.
If we looked at absolute numbers, California would probably be a lot higher. And someone else says there's a map that was showing a higher correlation. They say firearm ownership. Oh, sweet.
Comment remove my user.
Yep. Firearm ownership. Meanwhile, Florida.
Yeah, the white ones have a huge population though.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably...
Yeah, and California, Nevada, Colorado. Down there, there's like, what's
Nevada.
that? Fucking Louisiana?
Yeah, that's the black one. Figuratively and so
Figuratively, quote unquote.
What happened to Carmelo Anthony is a travesty of justice. Guilty, he should be not guilty. Solidarity with Carmelo Anthony. Let's spell it not guilty. All start. N. And don't you fuckers dare.
do towers in the Rumble chat.
Last night's incident in Belfast is no excuse for tonight's racist attacks. Racists can't even spell racist properly, fucking retard. Exploiting most young people without thought for the consequences. People deserve better. Say no to racism. I may have blown up a bomb out front of a school in the 80s, but at least I'm not fucking racist.
Yeah, fuck Jerry Adams, dude.
No, that's how you get more Jerry Adams.
Right?
Eastern Europe, Western Europe. Man.
That's courtesy of my son. Right there.
What's his flavor of autism? Alrighty. Right. So we need to close up for now. Yeah. Coming up in the week, Auto Circle Thursday. At what time, Dave?
7 Eastern time, Eastern American time. 9 a.m. Friday, Australian time.
Eastern Australian time.
Yeah.
There's no other part of Australia that counts.
Yeah, fuck the
No,
rest
that's
of them.
true.
It's just kangaroos and abos everywhere else. Nobody else matters. So, and spiders.
Yep.
So join us then. Should be a good one.
Yeah. Should be some. Hopefully there'll be some more windrise with Dinko tomorrow. Time lapse out on Trim's channel on Wednesday. Other than that, that's all for now. Subscribers, stay tuned. We'll let you know when we get a date for the next hangout. Thanks for joining me, boys. Thanks for joining us, chat.
Yeah.
And we shall see you all next week. Shadilay, everybody.
Shadilay.
Shadilay, folks.